Hey guys, welcome back to the part 2 of the JavaScript. In this part you will learn how you can use the DOM to create a ping game like this one, and how you can use the JavaScript to create this type of application. I'm going to show it to you just a minute. So in this section you will learn the advanced functions, and then you will learn also DOM to create this type of application. Also you will learn the arrays and also array methods. We're going to create this one application with the help of arrays. During the creating this one application we're going to also learn the arrays. So let's see. Click on the roll dice. First I'm going to show you when you will get the 1 you lost the score, and you can't play the again on the get the score on there. Then the player will be switched and the next player will be able to play the game. Let's check it now. Right, as you can see, let's play this one again. I'm gonna try to play many times because I want to get the 20 score. When I will get the hold, I'm able to player 1 is a win the game. Right, so let's add another feature. Check it now. Another feature. Let's say I want to add the 8 score. When you click on that, then also you can switch the player. Means the second one player will able to play the game. Right now, let's say hold like this way. So this is the game. We're gonna create that using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. The next one is very important, and inside this one game you will learn a lot of things that will help us to improve your skills in JavaScript. Also we're going to create that from scratch. I'm going to also show with you how you can design this one application. So first of all you need to log in the application. Once you log in the application, then you can get your username. Welcome back John. Right, so let's say I want to transfer the money with another account, another user account. So I need to use the username in the short form, then add the amount. Let's say 1000. Click on that. As you can see, 1000 withdrawal from my account, and my current account value is like this one. So let's check it now in the next one account. What happened? As you can see, 1000 is the deposit inside there. Right, and also you can get the money. So means I want to use this one to get the money. 50,000. I can't get the loan 50,000, but I will use 25,000. No, I will use 50,000. No, 1,000. Yes, I got the 1,000 loan. Let's set 2,500. Yes. Okay, so it will automatically update the application as well. As you can see, the last feature is every data is appeared inside there. Deposit and withdrawal. Right, deposit and withdrawal is appear. And this is interested. When you will change the user, you will get another user. I will work on this one section and also display the date, but the date, time and many other topics we will cover on next section. So we're gonna add another features inside there as well. So guys, I hope you are understood as well. Please watch my first one video, then come into this one video, because this is a part 2 of the JavaScript. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. And I'm going to open my code editor. Inside my code editor I have assigned different IDs. This time I'm going to show you how you can get the IDs from the element. So here is ID and IDs, right, and also have a class. So I'm going to show you different ways to get the element data from HTML document. right? So first of all, I will open that in the live server, and so this is the default score. So first thing is we need to reset those scores and also hide this one image. This is the image, guys. So I go to my project, and here's the images: dice 1, dice 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So I need to remove the, no, I will leave the style dots here. So I need to get this one ID and this one ID and reset the default score to 0. So let's see, I will create a const score current, what is the name, current element. I think score 0 al means element, so I'm going to use document get element by ID. This time I'm going to use ID, get element by ID. Inside there we need to pass the ID name. So the ID name is score underscore 01. We need to get that and paste on there. We don't need to assign the hash sign or dot sign because I've used that document.get element by ID, means I just get the ID. So I press shift alt and down arrow to duplicate that, and then I just change the variable name and also the second one ID to get the second one ID value, right? Once we get that, then we're gonna select that to assign the value. So I'm gonna select that score 0 element dot text content, assign the value 0, and I need to select the second one, assign the value 0. So this is the default value, both are 0. Another thing is we need to remove this one image. When you will open the game, then you can't see the image right now, but when user will click on the roll dice, then the image will appear. So let's see, I go to index.html page and the class name is the dice, so we need to get the image const dice document.get element by ID. So inside there I have a class like this one, so I need to use dot and class name is dice. So inside there we need to use dot class list dot add. We need to add the class hidden. So once the class is active, then we need to use that inside the style.css and use display property none, means in starting time I don't need to display the image. Okay, hidden. Just a minute. Okay, we need to check the class is active or not. Class list type line number 10. Okay, no problem. Class list dice element. Okay, I will use query selector on there, don't worry. Okay, I think it should be dice element. So let's see. Okay, everything is clear on there. You can't see the image right now, guys, inside our project, right? Next thing we need to do, we need to, when user will click on the roll dice, then I want to display the image. So I need to go on my code editor and we need to select the button event. So I need to get roll btn roll dice. Btns. So const btn roll document.query selector. So we need to get the class name btn roll, and we need to add the event inside there. When user will click on that, then I want to display the image, right? So btn role dot add event listener. Which event you will use? I will use the click event and run the function. Inside the function, I need to call the dice element, this one, dot class list dot remove. Which class you will remove? Hidden class. This one. So let's see. The default, you can't see the image, but when I click on that, I'm able to see the images appear inside there, right? So in this video, we have learned how we can get the data and how we can add the event. In the next video, we're going to discuss another features. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about how we can display the image inside our project, random image, and how we can generate the random number 1 to 6 to match the random number with our image to display the particular numbers, and how we can display the data inside our current scope like there, right? So let's see how we can do this. So inside there, the first thing is we need to generate the random number, right? So I need to create a variable const. I need to use dice, assign the value math.flow. I need to generate the 1 to 6 number. So I need random number, right? So I need to use 6. You know how you can generate the event, random number. So it will give me a number 1 to 6. So let's see, console.log, and I'm gonna call the dice variable that will help us to display the number 1 to 6. So let's see, click on that, 4 3 2, right? The next thing is we need to display the number with our image. So I have images 1, as you can see, 2 3 4 5 6. We're gonna match the random number like this one variable with our image source code like there. So we're gonna get this one data and we're gonna check this one number. When both numbers are matched, then we will get the particular image inside our project or inside our page. So let's see how we can do this. So the first thing is you need to go on there. So inside there you need to select the element. So I need to select dice element, and earlier we have got the image and assign the image inside dice element variable. Then I need to use .src source code. In the source code, this is the attribute source code, you need to get this one data, this one path of the image, and you need to paste on there. But I need to use backticks, paste on there. Inside there you need to use $sign and curly bracket. Inside the curly bracket you need to pass the dice variable that will help us to get the random number, and the random number will assign inside this one path, dice underscore dice hyphen, and whatever the number will get from this one variable. Then we need to add the extension of the image. Then you will get the different type of images inside our project, right? So this is our second one, display random image. So let's see it's work or not. Click on that, 5, click on that, 1. As you can see, different type of images is appear, 1 to 6, right? Let me show you the console.log dice element after using this one. So click on that. As you can see, this is our path image and this is a number 2. So we have a 2 number. Click on again, 5. So you have dice 5, right? So after the image path, you have assigned the dynamic number, right? Once you've done that, then you need to do the third thing you need to do. check forward 1. When the image have a number 1, then you need to skip the or switch the player. So I need to use if statement and use dice not equal to 1 means it's true. Then come into the if body. In the if body we will display the score. In the else body we're gonna switch the player. Switch the player, and inside there we need to display the score. So where you want to display the score? I want to display the score inside there. So I need to go index.html page, and we're gonna get the value. Like this one is the current 1 and current 0. So we need to get those data inside our JS. So I'm going to const current element, current 0 element, document.query selector, and we need to get, this time I'm going to use get element by ID. You can use any query as you want, but I just show you how you can use different type of selectors to get the data from there. And this will be 1 and current score is 1. So current underscore 0, current underscore 1. So we're gonna display those data inside there. So once you get data, then the next thing is you need to create a let current score is the default current score is 0. So this is your variable, right? So in the if statement, if it's true, the condition is true, then you need to target the current score variable like this one. The default value have 0, so you need to assign the value. Which value? The particular dice roll value or random number value inside the current score, right? So then you need to use the current element 0, means this one variable, use dot text content, assign the current score value. Then you will get the current score value inside there. So let's see, 1 3 6 at 8 and 6 14, right? So the data is appeared inside the current score, right? Means everything is perfect on there. So in the next video we're going to discuss all about how we can switch the player. Means when the user will hit the 1, means user will get the 1 inside our dice, then I want to switch the player and lose the score, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's work on the switch the player, but before switching the player we're gonna display that as a dynamic. So inside there I have selected the current 0 element and assign the current score, but when user will move on the next one player, so what I need to do on there, so I need to make it a dynamic. So how I can do that? So on above have a document.get element by ID. The ID have a current underscore 0, this is the number, current underscore 1. So we're going to create another variable. You can write any name as you want, but this time I'm going to assign the variable like let active player. Which player is active I don't know, so the default value I have assigned on the 0, because the 0 have a current underscore 0 element. So I will make it as a dynamic. So let me show you how you can do this. So I'm going to command that, and I'm going to select the document dot get element by ID. So inside there I need to use backtext, and I go to index.html page. So here is the ID current underscore. So we need to select current underscore only and paste on there. And there we need to use $sign and curly bracket. Inside the curly bracket you need to pass the active player. In the active player have a default value is a 0, means the 0 have a player 1. So after that you need to use text content, assign the value current score. But when the player will switch, we're gonna work on the else statement, but this time I just show you how you can make it as a dynamic. So let's see, everything is clear on there, but the data is coming from the dynamic, right? So let's work on the switch statement, I mean switch the player. And the switch the player, we're gonna work on the same thing like this one. So we need to get that and paste on there, but this time I need to assign the value 0, right? When the switch the player, but just a minute, I'm gonna show you comment that. So have a current score value on there, but when you will hit the number 1, then switch the player to, then I need to remove this one score. So I need to use this thing, document.get element by id current and active player. Which player is active? I don't know, 0 or 1. So the default score is I mean when the switch the player, then the score will be 0, right? Then I need to select the current score variable, and then I need to assign, before using that I will use the if statement, but I will use the tiny operator. Active player have active value 0. If the active player value is equal have 0, then I will use assign the 1, otherwise assign the default 0 value. Also I will use current score, this one variable value will be 0. So let's see, let's work on that. When you will hit the 1, then it will move on the next one player. Let's see, as you can see, second one player, when you will hit the 1, lost the score, and it will switch on there, as you can see. But also we need to change the background color. So I need to go on my code editor, and inside the code editor I need to go on index.html page. In the index.html page have an active player, means this is an active player. Also I have where is active player? I don't have a class on there, but I will use the class inside there. So I need to select the player, but I need to select the player element, guys. Okay, just a minute, I need to go on there, and where is my player? Okay, so here's a player underscore 0 and here is a player underscore 1. So we need to get those data. So I need to use const player 0 element document.get element by id, and then we need to get the, where is, okay, this is a class, so I will use query selector on there. So I will get that, this one is 0 dot this, and this will be 1, this will be 1. So we're gonna use that to add the class inside there. So I'm gonna use it player 0 dot class list. This time I'm gonna use toggle button, I mean toggle function that help us to add the class. If the class is exist, then it will remove the class. So I'm going to use that. Which class you will add? I will use the class will be add player active. Copy and paste on there. Also we need to select another element, and we need to use same thing. So let's see. As you can see, once you hit the 1, then it will move on the next one. This is the next one player. when you will hit the 1, it will move on the 1 player, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's talk about how we can add the hold score inside there. Means when user will click on the roll dice, I want to hold this one score inside my player 1 section or inside there. So let's see. I go to my code editor and I'm going to use that btn hold event. So first of all, we need to get the class where it is btn hold. Get that, go to above, and you need to select the same thing, const btn hold document.query selector, and select that. Then you need to select the btn hold, add event listener, click event, run the function, and inside the function, first thing is I'm going to check that it's working or not. So let's see, save and open the console, click on that, perfect. So once you done that, then we're gonna create an array. So let me show you why I'm creating an array. Why? First I'm gonna create an array and I'm gonna use scores, and the score is 0 and 0, right? Why I assigned the 0 and 0? Because the array index 0 have a 1 player, array index 1 have a second one player. So we will use this one array to display the score. So let's see how we can do that. So I will go to the score and assign the array. So inside there I need to assign the 0 or 1, but I want to display that as a dynamic, right? So I need to pass the active player. I don't know which player is active right now, so I have assigned the variable on earlier, like this one, active player, the default value is 0. So after assigning the value on the active player, then it will come on this one section. Then I don't know which player is active. Once any player is active, 0 or 1, after completing this one process, I will use that inside there. So any player is active, then I need to assign the current score value on there. Let's see, console.log, and I'm going to use scores. You will be able to see the score will appear inside our console screen. So roll dice, this is the second player right now, 6. I click to hold now, as you can see. So the 0 index have a 0 value, means the player 1 have a 0, but the second player have a 6 value. The 0 index have a 0 value, the 1 index has 6 value, right? So this is the usage of the active player, right? So I want to display those data on my this one scheme. So I need to go on my index.html page and have a current score, current ID is 0 and current ID is 1, right? So what is just a minute, I'm going to check that. Okay, is the score 1. Just a minute, where is the 0? Okay, here is a current 0 and current 1, so we're gonna target that inside there. Just a minute guys. Okay, I go to again index.html page, but I need to select this one data right now. As you can see, this one, current score underscore 1 and 0. So I need to select the document dot query selector, and then no, I'm going to use get element by ID. So this time I'm going to select I'm going to use backtext. So I need to go on index.html page. I need to select this one data without number 1 or 0, and inside there we need to pass the active player, right? So in the active player have a 0 or 1 index number. Then I need to select the text.content, assign the value score. In the array we need to pass the active player, right? So it will give us the data inside over there, which player is active, then who will get the data inside there when user will click on the hold now button. So let's see. If I click on the hold, as you can see, again hold, right, it will move on the next one player. So let's see, I click to hold, right. So just a minute. Last thing we need to do on there, when user or player will hit the score, means I will assign the score on there will be 20. Then I want to change the background color. So I already made the background color on the winner class. I will be gray. When user will hit the 20 score or 50 score, whatever you score will add inside there. So this time I'm gonna add the if score. In the array I will use the active player, which active player I don't know, greater than or equal to 20. This time I'm going to use 20. In the else statement, just a minute, I will switch the player, switch player, right? So inside there we need to target my document.query selector, and inside there we need to target my player. So let me show you the player. So here is a player underscore 0 and player underscore 1. So we need to target the player underscore, and we need to pass the, okay, we need to pass that will be back tags on there. So inside there we need to pass the active player, right? And then we need to add the class list dot add dot, and which class you will add? I will add the class will be player winner. So once the player winner will assign inside the particular section. So this is the first one section. Inside there have a player underscore 0, player underscore 1. This is the second one. So who will able to see the gray color? I also open element. So first of all I use that. Okay, 21. I click to hold. Now I'm able to see the color is changed now, and also I need to check that right now. As you can see, the second player is win the game, and I'm able to see player underscore winner class has been appeared inside there, right? So let's try it again. Roll dice, roll dice, roll dice. Okay, so this time is the first one player is active. Click to hold. Now it's winner, and we're gonna check that. Right now I'm able to see the first one section, means the first one player 1 is active, player winner on the first one section. But inside they have many issues on there, but I also click on that. Its game is running now, and also the second player is able to win the game like this one. It's not good for the game, right? So in the next video we're gonna fix this one issue, and also we're gonna work on another features inside there. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's work on the win the game and hide the image when user will win the game. Then the first thing we need to hide this one image. So I go to on my score level on there, and then I need to select dice element dot class list dot add. We need to use the hidden class right now. The first thing we need to do on that. So let's try it now again. 22, click on that. I can't see the dice roll, but the game is still working right now, right? So we need to use the few things on there. So the first thing is I need to use document dot query selector, and I need to use dot clear. Okay, we need to use backtext. We need to use, just a minute, I'm gonna select this one data, document dot query selector, and inside there I need to use dot add will be player active. Which player is active, right? Once you've done that, then I think it should be hold. Okay, I'm able to see same thing, but I will manage it, don't worry. Okay, I will create a let play game. So I'm gonna assign the value true. The default value is the true, right? So first of all, I will add that inside this one. This is roll dice event, so I will get that, and I'm going to use if playing game means the condition is true, then who will able to play the game. Also I need to get that inside there. I need to use if play game is active and use that game. Also I need to use that after this one parenthesis inside the curly bracket. I need to use the playing game means the player win the game, then I need to change the value will be false. I think it should be displayed perfectly on this time. Okay, I lost this score, guys. Okay, 20s. As you can see, I click on that, I can't see the image right now, and I can't move the next one player, and I can't control the game right now, right? So let's work on this switch the player. So I need to use same thing on there, but the important thing on there, first I'm going to show you, copy and paste that. I have repeated 2 times same code like this one and this one. So I need to create a function that will help us to save the code or reduce your code. So I will create a function, switch the player. So const switch player and function parentheses. We don't need to pass anything else. We need to paste this one data, and we need to remove that, and also we need to remove that. We just need to pass the only one function right now, like this one, switch player on there and switch player on there. That's it. So let's look at that. Everything is working fine on there, guys. All the score perfect, right? Okay, final one is I want to reduce the code, so I need to get that. Cut that, and I'm going to use that. fun. So I'm going to create a function const init function parentheses curly bracket. We need to use this way, but we need to create a variable outside of there, because inside the function you can't create a variable. So I'm going to create a multiple variables like scores and current score, and then active player, and then playing game. Play game like this one. So I just need to remove the let keyword on there and just assign that save. And let's look at that. First we need to get that and paste on there. Function, you need to call that, and hold. Perfect, everything is clear on there, guys. And I have reduced the code by using function like this one and this one. Everything clear on there. Last thing we need to do, work on the new game, right? So I need to get the new game button. So where is button? Like this one. So I need to reuse my code btn new. So I need to get that, and I'm gonna show you another important thing on there. Which function you will use that? I will add the function on there will be this one without parentheses, but it doesn't work right now because we need to add something inside there. So what do you add that? So I'm gonna add that will be, first thing is we need to use dice roll. We need to use class list dot add. We need to hide the image. Then we need to select the player 0 element dot class list dot remove, and player winner. We need to, just a minute, player winner, where is, okay, I have assigned this one class on there. So if the player is winner, then I need to remove that. If the, and also the second one player, right? And also we need to select both of that, but we need to copy and use the 0 element class list. Like I need to add that because player underscore active, the default player active is 0, but I also use this way to remove the element if the player is active. So we need to remove that, right? Then also we need to use score element text 0, score element 0, and current score, right? So we need to select the current element where it is, this one, text content, assign the value 0, and this is a 1 element, and so I think it should be work on the game. So first of all I will win the game, right, and click to hold. Now I'm able to see win the game. It doesn't work, but when I click on that, I'm able to see everything is clear, everything is a reset right now, guys. So guys, this is our project that I have used HTML and CSS to design that, and I've used JavaScript to create it as a dynamic game. So I hope you are understood as well, and I hope you have learned a lot of new things inside this one course. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. After learning the basic knowledge of JavaScript, then we need to know the little bit of advanced usage of JavaScript. So in this video I'm going to show you the default parameters inside the function. So you know how you can pass the parameters and how you can call the function outside of the function and how you can assign the value. You know, let me give you an example how you can create that. So I'm going to create a const courses and function parentheses curly bracket. So inside the parentheses we need to pass the parameters: courses, course name, price, students, first I'm going to use, and price, right? Then I'm going to use console.log to display those data inside our student. Yes, student and price, right? So I want to call this one function, so I need to get this one function, and we need to pass the value. So let's say I want to assign the value on the first one parameter, like a course name is JavaScript. So this value will assign on there, and this value assign on there, means we will able to see the JavaScript. Let's say I will assign the another value, because inside the function have a 3 parameters, so we need to pass the 3 values. The students, I'm gonna add that will be 10, and the price, this is the third parameter, so we need to assign the price 100. So you will able to see JavaScript 10 and 100 right now. So you know how you can pass the parameters and how you can call the function and assign the value, right? Very simple. But the thing is, I will call the function without assigning the parameter value. So what I need to do on the console screen, what we will see. So let's see. Undefined, undefined, undefined means I didn't assign the default value inside the parameters. I just call the function outside of the function. Then we will able to see undefined, undefined, undefined means falsy value. So do you want to assign the default value inside the parameter? So you can do that. So I'm going to show you 2 methods. So first I'm going to comment that, and the bad method, I'm going to show you the bad method. So you need to use course name, assign the value JavaScript, and students, the students is for example 10, and price will be, I'm going to use will be 100, right? So once you assign the parameter value inside the function, then you will able to see same thing like JavaScript 10, 100 without assigning the parameter value inside the function. So let's see, right? But the important thing is it is not good practice in JavaScript. So I also comment that, and I'm going to show you important way and easy way. So comment that. So you know 2 methods. So this is a very simple and easy method. So inside the parameters, I want to assign the value on there. The first one is JavaScript, and student will be, let's say 10. Also I will use the expression on there. Let's say I want to times by students, how many students will enroll in my course. So I will times by use multiplication sign. Like let's say I will use the price of the course is $100 times by students. So if I have 10 students, 10 times by 100, we will get the 1000 result on the console screen. So let's see, JavaScript 10 and 1000, right? So this is a calling function without sending the parameter. Passing value inside the function. So let's say, so I have assigned the default value inside the parameters. Have a JavaScript, students have a 10, price have a 100, and times by students, right? But I want to change the course name. So what I need to do on there, I need to call the course, and I need to use the JavaScript, and also we need to pass another value like a student have a 10. So say I have a passing, I passed the two parameters inside there, JavaScript 10 and 1000, right? Let's say I comment that. Let's say I want to leave this one and I just target my students. So I want to update the student by calling the function. So how I can do that? Let's see. When I call the courses, and the first parameter I need to use undefined, means I leave this one, means I want to display the default value. So I need to use undefined. The second parameter I want to change that, I want to use 5 and use so. Let's see. Right now this is the default value of the function parameter, and this is my updated students, and this is the value, right? So you know the usage of default parameters and how you can override them. Finally, I will give you very important methods. You can create that inside the function. You can also create an object. So I'm going to show you how you can use that. So I'm going to create a const courses function parentheses. So I will use same thing, course name, price, and students. So the second one I will use student price, right? So also I will use the same, I will use the what? I will create an object on there. So this time I'm going to show you how you can assign the object bookings. And inside the object I will assign the keys. The keys are those parameters. I do not assign the values, remember that. So course, second key is students, and third key is price, right? Okay, after the object I want to call that console.log and booking, then save, call the course, and let's see what happened. Right now I am able to see courses. This is a key, this is a key, this is a, but the values are undefined because I didn't assign the value inside my parameter. So let's say assign the value on the JavaScript. Students have like a 10, price assign the 100, times by students. So we will able to see different results. The course name is JavaScript, this is the key of the object, price is 100, and so on so far, right? You know how you can use the function, and how you can create an object inside there, and how you can pass the parameters inside the object. Okay, the next thing is very helpful and important to you. Let's say I want to create a variable, empty variable, empty array. So I'm going to create a const, and I'm going to use bookings. So this will be, I'm going to use booking, and inside there I'm going to use booking. So I want to pass those values inside my array. So what I need to do on there, I'm going to use bookings. We need to call the array, and we need to use .push, and what you want to push on there, I want to push the booking. So let's see, so it, you can't see this is a default right now, but we need to target the bookings array. So let's see, I want to use console.log bookings, and so let's see. Right now I'm able to see, as you can see, this is zero index, and the zero index have a key, course name, JavaScript, price 100, student, and many other things. Let's say I want to display only JavaScript, so I need to use the array, and I need to target the key like course name. So this is the index number, and this is a key of this one. So let's see, as you can see. So you know how you can check the default parameters. This video is all about the default parameters in function, but I have explained you different ways to passing the parameters inside the function, and how you can use them outside of the function, and how you can assign the default values, and how you can manage that. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's look at that, the callback functions and also returning the functions. So you know how you can create a function and call the function outside of the function body, but I'm going to show you how you can use callback function. It's very simple, and we have used that inside our add event listener. When user will click on the button, then we're gonna call the callback function. So let me give you an example how you can use callback function. So the first thing is, I'm going to create a normal function that will help us to display the, let's say I will use lowercase function that will help us to display the lowercase, but inside it I need to pass the parameter return str dot to lowercase. This is the function that will help us. This is also function, guys. This function is a help us to display the lowercase. So I'm going to call that console.log, and function name parentheses, inside there I'm going to pass the uppercase characters. Let's say so, then we will able to see the lowercase characters inside our console screen right now, right? So we're going to create a same function, but this time I'm going to use the uppercase. This is a lowercase, sorry, lowercase function, and this is our uppercase function, uppercase. So inside there we need to change the function like to uppercase, right? So, and when I will use the uppercase, so I will use JavaScript in the small lowercase character, then you will able to see this is the uppercase right now, right? So you know the creating a function and calling the function outside of there, but the important thing is callback function, right? So I will create another function that will help us to perform the operation, like I want to assign the value, then I want to display those value as a lowercase or uppercase by using callback function. So let's see, I will create another function, result function parentheses, inside there I'm going to pass two parameters. The first parameter I will assign the text value, the second parameter I will assign the function. So let's see, I will use str. So those are different parameters, don't focus on the names, just focus on the usage, right? And then I'm gonna pass the second parameter is fn, use curly brackets, inside there I'm gonna use return keyword, and then I will use the console.log, because I want to display the data back text, and then I'm gonna use the result is $, curly bracket. Inside there, first I'm going to use this way. The first parameter I will pass the function, the second one is str. So inside there I will pass this one parameter on there, right? Also we need to use parentheses. Inside the parentheses we need to pass the second parameter as strn. So when I will call this one function, then we will able to call the callback function. So let's see. So let's look at that on console. Can't see any changes right now, but I will use the result parentheses. Inside there we need to pass the two parameters, right? Two parameters. Let's say I want to display the text as a JavaScript, but I want to display those text as uppercase. So I need to call this one function inside there. Use terminator sign. Don't need to use the parentheses inside there. So it is called callback function, right? So let's see. Fn is a null function. Okay, I think we need to check that. Just a minute. Okay, I will use another way. First I'm gonna pass the str and then fn. So I need to use that as fn and str. So I think it should be display. Yes, it's working very well. So this is our text, and the text is appeared as uppercase. So let's see. This parameter is assigned on the strn, and this function is a callback. This parameter is assigned on the fn. So when I call this one on the console screen, you will able to see this one result on there, right? So let's see. I want to display the lowercase character as a uppercase, so I need to call the uppercase function. Okay, I will use that uppercase, and I want to display those text as a lowercase. So let's see. Right now this is the second result, right? So let's look at that by using button event. So set type will be button, and class I'm going to use button. So let's use the callback function inside there. So I'm going to comment that. I'm going to create a function when user click on the button, right? So this function is help us to when user will click on the button, right? So let's see. I'll use document.query selector. We need to target my btn, the btn class name. Then I need to use add event listener. Which event? I will use the click event, and then we need to pass the parameter function. So you can use this way, but I will use the callback function. So like this one. Then when user will click on the button, then you will able to see the data like this one. So it is called callback function, right guys? So let's look at that, the very simple way to use this way. So let's see. So I've used the same thing on there. So this is a call this way, right? And the second parameter like this way, right? So you know, let's look at that, the return keyword, return function. So I will create a function like I'm gonna use, okay, I'm gonna create a function const courses, and okay, I think okay, parentheses curly bracket return we are learning JavaScript, right? When I call the function, then we will able to see that we are learning JavaScript inside our console screen, right? Just a minute. Okay, but I will pass the parameter on there, guys. In just a minute, I'm going to show you str and return str. So courses parentheses passing the parameter we are learning JavaScript, right? Very simple function that help us to display the data. So it is called return function, right? But you can also return the another function inside this one function. You can do that. Let's see. So I'm going to comment that, and I'm going to create a const courses function. Inside there I'm going to use student name. Use curly brackets. Inside there we need to pass the return keyword. Inside the return keyword, and earlier we have used the str, means this one parameter, like there. But I will use that function, a return function. Which function? You don't need to use any name inside there. I just passing the parameter on there. Inside there I will pass another parameter like course name. Use curly brackets. So inside there I will use the console.log. Inside the console.log I will use the your name is, first I'm going to use backticks. Your name is, and first thing is we need to pass this one value on there. Your, and you are learning course name, right? So this is our function. This function is help us to return the another function, right? So I'm going to comment that. So I need to call the function courses parentheses. Inside the parentheses we need to pass the first one value. Let's say I will use the student name is John. The John is passed on the student name, but also we need to use the another parenthesis that help us to pass the another value inside our return function. So let's say I will use JavaScript. Then you will able to see your name is John and you are learning JavaScript. So let's look at that. As you can see, your name is John and you are learning JavaScript. So I've used the return keyword. Inside the return keyword I have passed the complete function. I can do that, right? So this is the usage of the callback function. You know how you can use that. And this is a call returning function. Inside the function you can return the another function. You can do that. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's look at that, the call and apply method inside the JavaScript. So let's create a first, I'm going to create an object const courses, and then I will assign the course name will be JavaScript, and then I'm going to add that will be course code is 2K23. Then I will create a array. Also I will create a function that will help us to display the data. So I will use the function passing the parameter like student course number and student name, right? Use curly bracket, and I'm gonna display those data inside our console screen. So I just need to use backticks. Inside the backticks I will use dollar and student name, like this one parameter, booked dollar, this keyword, I'm going to use this keyword, course start name, this one value, and then I will use the code is, so I will use that this dot course code, and finally I will target my this one parameter inside there. So I will use the dollar course number means over this data, and when I will pass the data inside our function, so those data will attach and display the data inside our console screen. So let's see how we can display the data inside our console screen. So I will target the book function that help us to display the data. So no, I need to target my courses dot book function. So inside there we need to pass the parameters. So as you can see, here is the parameters. So I need to pass the parameter like course number is 23 and student name is John. So when you will save it, then you will able to see student name is John, booked this dot course name is JavaScript, code is this dot course code is 2k23 and also 23, but I will change that 10, and also course number is will attach on this one. So let's see. As you can see, John booked JavaScript code is 2k23. This is my object code, and also have a 10. So I pass the 10 on there. Everything is clear on there, right? So let's add the value inside our array booking dot push. So inside there I'm gonna pass the first, I'm gonna use backticks curly brackets. So I will use the course colon dollar, and then this dot course code, and then I will use the flight where is the flight, sorry for that. We need to use course code, and also after the backticks I need to pass the value like student name. So first we're gonna save that and let's check it now it's working or not. Yes, everything is working clear, perfect. So where I will call the call function, and why we need to use the call function, so let me explain you. So let's see, I will create a const courses 2. I will create another object with the name of courses 2, right? And I will use same thing like there. The course name is, I will change that like HTML CSS, and course code is 2k20. I will use 23f, right? And everything is clear on there, and everything is similar like that I've used on earlier like that, but I didn't use the function inside our next object, right? So what I need to do on there, I want to call this one function course. This is object, this is a function. So I will use the const, and I will use display, and then I target my courses, this one object. Inside the object have a function with the name of book. Those data or this function data will assign on there. So let's call it console.log. No, I will just use display, this one function, and we need to pass the parameter, 2 parameters, you know. And earlier we have passed 2 parameters like 10 and John. This time I'm gonna pass the parameter will be 15 and Smith. So let's see what happened on the console screen. So let's see. As you can see, type here can't read properties undefined reading course name, means you can't read the course name property after calling this one, right? Why? Because inside the object I've used this keyword. This keyword is work only on inside the object. You can't use this keyword outside of the object. So you can use the call method to solve the problem. You can use the call method to remove the error. Let's see how you can do it. So I'm going to comment that. Then I'm going to use the simple display.call, and we need to pass 3 parameters inside there. The first one is you need to pass this keyword, but replace the object name on there, right? Let's say here is this keyword course name, but I want to change that inside there. So I need to pass my second one object name on there. Then we need to pass the similar parameters like those parameters. So let's say I will use the 15 and Simit. Let's look at that. As you can see, guys, Simit booked a HTML CSS code, and this is my data. When you will call the function with the name of call, then you need to pass the current object name and pass the values. You are able to see everything is working similar like earlier. But the important thing is, in the next object we don't need to create a same function inside our courses 2 object. Let's say I will create assign another value. I can do that. So 30, and I'm gonna use that will be Williams. Let's see, Williams booked a HTML CSS code is like this one, right? Let's say I will create another course. So I will comment that, and I'm going to create a courses 3 const courses 3, and I will use the course name. I've used the same keys that I've used on earlier, like there. As you can see, course name is same, course code is same, and booking is same. Those are keys I've used similar like those keys, but I've changed the values in the next one object. Also I will create another object courses 3, so I will change that will be SQL server, and course code is 2K15, and also I will use booking and empty right now. So I will use same tactics that I've used on earlier, like this one, to display the data inside our console screen. So let's see, I will use the target the display. This is the object that have a function inside there. I need to target I just target that and call the call function. Inside there we need to pass the third object name that is there, and then also I will use the name Julie, and the first parameter I need to pass the code name, and the third parameter I need to pass the name like Julie, and save it. Let's look at that. Julie booked a SQL server, code is 2K15 and also 50, right? So this is a usage of call function that help us to remove this keyword and display the object name on there. When you will call it, you need to target your object name. You don't need to call this keyword inside there. Once you use that, then you don't need to use this keyword inside there, right? And also I have reduced the code by using by creating an object. As you can see, I made the 3 objects, like first one, second one, and third one. In the first one have everything, but in the second one you can't find the object function, right? So this is the usage of a call function. Let's look at that. The first we're gonna save that and comment that. I just show you everything is clear on there. So let's look at that. The apply method. Apply method is working similar like call method. So let's see. I will what I'm gonna do on the okay, I will use the const confirm course. So I will create an array and assign the course code is like 44, and then I will use the name will be Vicky, right? So I want to display the data inside our console screen, so I need to use the book display like this one, dot apply, and we need to pass the parameters like confirm course, right? And first we're gonna just a minute. Okay, just a minute. I need to pass the first one parameter on there like course 3, and the second parameter I need to pass the confirm course like this one array. So let's look at that. Vicky booked ISQL server code is 2k15, and this is my code. So this is the usage of call method and apply method. So inside there I have used the array and passed the value inside the confirm course. When you will call the apply function, you need to pass the object name and also the array. You are able to see everything is working similar like earlier, right? So I hope you are understood as well how you can use the call method and how you can use the apply method. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's look at that, the bind method. So it is very important and very helpful to use it inside the JavaScript. So let me give you an example how you can use the bind method. First of all, I'm going to show you so this is a normal code that I have used on earlier, but this time I'm going to show you how you can use the same code to use the bind method. Also, I will give you an example how to use that on add event listener. So first of all, I will display the data inside my console screen. So I will use courses, the object name, and inside there have a function that help us to display the data. So I need to pass the parameters. So first parameter we need to pass the number of courses, and then the second parameter we need to pass the name. Then you will able to see the data will appear inside our console screen like this one, right? So this is normal way. The second way, I want to call the second one object data, so I will use the call method, right? So I will create a const display and I will assign this one object, this one function. So we will use the display variable to display the data inside our console. Means I've assigned the complete function inside this one variable, right? So I want to call the courses too, so I need to use display dot call. So we need to pass the 3 parameters. The first parameter we need to replace this keyword to our object name. So I will use object name is courses2 because I want to display those data. The second parameter I need to pass on there will be a number. Number represent is course number. Third parameter is we need to pass the username or student name. So you will able to see same thing. Simit booked but the course name is different. HTML and CSS also is the code is different, right? So let's look at that. The bind method. Bind method is used to assign the value without replacing the object name. Let me give you an example on that. So I will create a const and use bind method. This is my new variable, you can say that. Then I will use the display, this one function, and then I'm going to use the dot bind. So inside there we need to pass only one parameter, which data you want to display inside the console screen. Let's say I want to display the courses 2 data, courses 2 object data. So I just need to pass the courses 2 object data. Then we're gonna use this one function with 2 parameter, bind method, and inside there we need to pass 2 parameters. The first one is your course number. Let's say I will use 50, and the username is student name is Williams. So save, and let's look at that. Williams booked a HTML and CSS course. Let's say I want to change that as a third object. So as you can see, Williams booked a React code is 2K, like this one, right? So this is the usage of bind method. Let me give you another example. Let's say I have passed on, there will be two parameter, but I want to assign this one parameter default value. So I will use also bind method. So let's say I will give it const. I will use a result display dot bind, and we need to pass the object name, which object you want to use that to display the data. Let's say I will target the 3 object, and also I will use the comma. Then I need to pass the parameter. The first one parameter is course number, so I will use 100. Then we just use the result variable or result function to pass the only one parameter that will help us to display the name. So let's say I'm going to use that will be robots. So this parameter will assign on the default value on the course number, and the course object is represent your current object name that will help us to display the data. Let's see, Roberts booked a React course. A React code is like this one, right? So this is another usage of bind method. Let's look at that another way to use the bind method. So first of all, I'm going to show you important thing. So I will target my current object, like courses 3. So inside there I will use the another key, so number of students. But before using that, I'm going to use console.log, and I'm going to target my courses 3. So let's look at that. Have a booking, course name, course code, and course name, right? So once I add the value, how can I add the value? So you need to target the current object name dot, and once you add the dot, then you need to assign the key name. So I'm going to use number of students and assign the value 10. Then I will target this one. After this one, then you will able to see number of students is appear inside the object with course 3, right? Very simple. But the important thing is I will use the add event listener. So I have a button inside our HTML document like this one, as you can see inside our center of the advanced usage of functions, and have a button. So I will use the event listener inside our button. But before using event, I will use courses 3, and I will add another key like generate student. So this key will assign on the courses 3 object. Also I will use the function on there when this is a key and this is value inside the object, right? So inside there I will use the console.log and I just target this. First we're gonna save that and let's look at that. First we're gonna copy it. I will also comment this one line because I just show you. Save, and also I will comment all of that because the focus is on this one section, right? So I will use console.log courses 3, and so let's look at that. Right now as you can see, generate student have a key and this is my function that is built on this time. But also I will use this one and comment because I also use this one. Right now have a number of student in. So when I will use this keyword means I target my courses object, right? Very simple. You know how you can target the current object. You know, and earlier we have used this keyword means I target this means this object course name, right? So I will use that will be this dot number of students like this one plus plus, and also I will use console.log this dot number of students, right? So when I will click on the button, then I want to increment the value inside my number of students, right? So this function is help us to increase the number of the students that is there. And first we're gonna save that and let's look at that. So this is a function that help us to generate the number of students when user will click on the button. So let's work on the button. So I will use document.query selector and we need to select the btn class and add a listener. And which event you will use? I will use the click event, and we need to target my this one function that is appeared inside our courses 3 object inside there, you know, as you can see. So we just need to get that and paste on there. Also we need to use the courses 3 dot because just a minute, courses 3 inside have a function with the name of generate student like this one, right? So I'm gonna use parentheses. No, we don't need to use parentheses, we just use terminator sign and save it, and let's look at that what happened on the console screen. Just a minute. I click on that, so I can't get the current value as you can see and also I am able to see the current object is a button. JavaScript told me you have used this keyword means you have targeted the button, but I want to get my object data inside my console screen, right? So how you can solve that? You know, when I click on that, let's say I want to click on that, then I called my this one function, let's see, generate students right now as you can see. But the JavaScript don't understand that when I click on that, then JavaScript told me button is your object name. I've used this keyword inside there means JavaScript told me this means your button name, but I want to get my data from my courses 3 object. So how I can do that? You know, very interesting part of this video. So inside there you need to use object name, generate student your function name, then you need to tell the JavaScript, no, I want to get my object data function. So you need to use dot bind just a minute, generate students. Yes, you need to use bind and parentheses. Inside the parentheses you need to tell them the JavaScript, this is object, we need to get the function with the name of generate student. So save, let's look at that. Click on that. As you can see, I'm able to see my current object and this is my data. Before clicking on the button, my number of students have a 10, but when I clicked on the button, then my student number is 11. You can click again, you will get the second one object and your student numbers are increased, right? So this is a call bind method. Without bind method, JavaScript don't understand that what you want to do on this situation. Then you need to use bind method and you need to tell the JavaScript, we need to get the object data. Inside the object data have a function with the name of generate student, so we need to get this one data, right? So you need to use dot bind and object name. So guys, so I hope you are understood as well how you can use the bind method. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's look at the simple array methods that help us for different purpose, like get the data from the array range wise. Let's say I want to get the data from 2 to 4, 1 to 4, or I want to skip the 0 index and 1 index value. So I will use the slice, splice, reverse method and so on. So let me give you an example how you can use that. So I will create a let array and I will assign the value A, B, C, and D and E. So I want to call that, so you can use this method like this way. So you will able to see the A will be appear inside our console scheme, right? But I want to skip the A and I want to display those data inside my console scheme. So what I need to do, I will use the for loop, you know the usage of for loop, but you can also use slice method. You need to use array name, then you need to use dot slice and where you want to start the index number. So I want to start the index number from 2. I want to leave the 1 and display the CDE, right? And I want to start that will be 0. So let's see, A, B, C, D, E. I want to start it from 1. So let's see, B, C, D, E means you enter the particular number, then this method is help us to skip the particular index from the array, right? Also you can use the console.log array not slice and you can pass the multiple values like this way. You can do this. So let's see, B, C, right? Also you can pass the negative value as well on there, as you can see, right? But I will use this way. Perfect. The important thing inside there is when you will use the array slice method, it helps us to make a duplicate of the array. This function doesn't affect inside your array, means when you will use the array only array method, this one, then you are able to see everything is the same, right? It is called slice method and it is function that help us to make a duplicate array, right? When you will use those methods, you are able to see different results, like those different results. but when you will call the original array, then you are able to see the same thing, right? So it is called slice method, and it is make a duplicate of the array. But inside a splice method is working similar, but its effect inside your array means when you will use the splice method, then it will hide your original data and display the data after using the splice method. Let's see. My original data is like A, B, C, D, E, save, and let's see. But I want to use the splice method. The splice method is working similar like a slice method, splice, and I want to leave the 1, save, and I'm able to see B, C, D, E, right? But after using this one function, then I want to call the array. As you can see, my data only appeared in the main array have A, right? Means it will mutate the original array, right? When you will comment that, and you will able to see same thing, right? You can also use same thing in the splice method, like assign the negative value, -1, so, and right now I'm able to see the A, right? Let's look at the reverse method. So I will comment that and also comment out this one sections. Also I will create another array, const array2, and inside that I will use the random characters I and H, G and F, right? So I want to use the reverse method that help us to arrange those characters. Means we will able to see alphabetic or same line data inside our console screen. So let's see console.log. I will use array2.reverse and use parentheses. So let's look at that. FGHIJ means reverse the data from the array. Inside they have FGHIJ, but it's reversed to FGHIJ, right? So it is called reverse method. After that, I want to display those data. So what happened on there? So my data is appeared as same thing, so it is also make a duplicate of the array. It doesn't affect inside your array original data. Let's talk about the concatenate. So I have two arrays, first and second array. So I will use the concate method that will help us to concatenate the data. So let's see, I will create a const letter and I will use the first one array, and I'm going to target the function namely is concate. Inside there we need to pass the second one array data. So I will concatenate two arrays and assign the data inside our const and letter variable. So let's look at that using console.log. As you can see, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. So those data are concatenated inside my letters array, right? So this is called letters. And final one is join method. Join method is used to display the particular characters between the letters. You can use the join method. So let me give you an example how you can use that. Let's say you have A, B, C, D, E. So I want to make a minus sign between A, B and BC, CD. So between the line, between each character, so I'll use console.log. Then I need to use the letters dot join and use parentheses. Which characters you want to add that? I'm going to use minus sign, save, and let's see. A, and this is my sign. When you will change the sign, like I want to display the static sign, as you can see. So those are simple methods inside the array. I hope you are understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's look at the add method inside our JavaScript. It's working similar to get the data from the array, but when you will get the data from the array, you have used the array name dot and brackets. Inside the bracket you need to pass the value or index number to get the data. Let's see, I have a const array and I have a different values like this one. So I want to display the particular data, so I can use this method. So I want to display the 12, so I need to use the 0, means in the 0 index have a 12, in the 1 index have a 44, and the 2 index have a 33. So first we're gonna save that and let's look at that 12. Let's say I want to display the 344, so I need to use the 1, right? So this time you have used the brackets and also index number, but you can use also the same thing and use add method, right? Dot add parentheses. Inside there you need to use same thing. So I'm going to use 1, save, and let's look at that 344. Also you can use the same thing to get the data, right? Also you can use this one method to get the element from the string data. But before using that, I'm going to show you another example on that. So for example, I want to get the data from getting the lost data from the array. You know, I don't have an idea how many index numbers inside the array, let's say. So I will use the console.log and the array name, use brackets. Inside there we need to use array.length, you know, and pass the negative value. First we're gonna save that and let's see. We are able to see 3 datas have been appeared inside my console scheme. And another method is console.log. You can use array, and inside there you need to use the array.slice method we have learned earlier, and pass the negative value inside there. So it will display the same data from there. So let's see. Okay, just a minute. Array slice okay, we know to remove that. So okay, right, 33 means I have used negative value, means I want to get the 33 value. Also, do you want to remove the brackets, like those brackets? So you need to use the brackets and index number, right? Index numbers. So when you will use the slice method, it will count the number from the array in the right side. This is a 0 index, 1 index, and 2 index when you will use slice method. 33. Let's say I want to get the data 344 using slice method, so I will use -2. So let's see, right? Last thing, I'm going to show you how you can use the add method. So in the add method you can use add and -1 to get the last data from the array 33, right? Also you can use the -2 to get the same data. Also it is working with add methods is working with string. Let's say I have an array. No, I will create just console.log, and inside there I will use the program, and I want to display the data like first character from the text. So I will use dot at parenthesis, and no, I will get the R. So let's see right now. Right, I want to get only one number R, right? -5 A, right? Like this one. So negative at O, right? 9 10, so I want to get the -10 P, right? So this is the usage of add method. I hope you understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, in this video I'm gonna teach you how you can use for each method to get the data from the array. So I have an array with the name of numbers. Inside there have numbers and different type of numbers. We're gonna use the for each loop to get the data and display the data inside our console screen. But before using the for each, I'm going to show you the simple method that we have used on earlier, like for loop. So first I'm going to show you for loop. I will create a let I, assign the value 0, and I will use the numbers I less than numbers dot length I plus plus. You know, this is the usage of the for loop to get the data and display the data inside our console screen. But you can use the for each loop, right? So we are able to see everything is appeared inside our console screen in those data. So this is a call for loop. Also you can use the for loop, but inside the for loop you can use of keyword to assign the data with another variable. So let me show you. So let's say I will use for. This is a for loop, right? I do not write the for each loop. I just show you the usage of different ways to get the data from the array. So I will create a for, and I'm going to use const and have a data variable. Then I will use the of keyword, right? Then I need to use my array name. So array data will assign on this one data variable, right? So when you will use the numbers array inside there, use curly brackets. The curly bracket I will use if the data means data value have a greater than of 0, then I will display the data inside a console screen, like here. For deposited, and we're gonna pass on the data variable. Alright, and the else statement I will use same thing, but this time I will use the uhi withdraw. So this is simple usage to extract the data from the array. So have a numbers, the numbers data is appeared inside the data variable, so we have used the data inside the for loop to get the data and display the data. Right now, as you can see, you have deposited 122, 22, and when you are able to see negative value, it means you have withdrawn the amount from there, as you can see, right? So this is the call for loop. So let's look at that, the for each loop. So for loop. So first of all, you need to use the array name, then you need to use for each, use parentheses, inside the parentheses you need to use function, inside the function you need to use the parentheses, curly bracket, inside the parentheses you need to pass the one parameter that will help us to display the data. So let's say I will use the MOV, right? Inside this one section I just need to use same thing that I used on earlier, like if the move greater than or 0 and display the data. So first we're gonna comment that, because we're gonna see, as you can see everything is the same, and this is usage of for each loop, right? When you call the particular array, then you need to use for each, call the function, passing the parameter, and use the particular parameter to display the data inside the console screen. Let's look at that to display the data and also index number, right? So we have seen the only array data and text, but I want to get only keys and values, means I want to display index number inside my console screen. So I will use the for each loop to get the data, array index data, and display the data inside our console screen. So let's see, I will use numbers dot for each function parentheses. Inside there we need to pass 3 parameters. So first one is the movement, means I will assign the array data inside this one movement, and then the next one is I means index number. When you will use I inside the for each loop, it means you will get the index number. Third one is the array. So those are parameters. Just a minute. Those are parameters, you can use them to display the particular data inside our console screen. So let's see, I will use these. First I'm going to show you console.log, and I will use the, just a minute, where I will use the only move. First I'm going to show you everything from scratch. When you have used the move, you are able to see only data is appeared. The data is appeared from your array, right? But when I call the I cell, and let's see, we are able to see the index numbers, right? Let's check it now. The final one is array. So what happened when I call it? So it will give us the complete array, right? Array data, right? So you know, when you will use the move, you will get the array index values. When you will use I, you will get the array index number, and when you will use the array, you will get the complete array. So let's see. So I'm gonna use that will be if move greater than 0, and then I will use this console.log index number. So first of all, I need to use the index number. The index number have inside the I variable, and I'm going to use depositor, right? And then I will use that will be move, means the data from the array, and the else statement I will use same thing, but this time I'm going to use withdraw. So when you will use I, means you will get the array index number, right? When you will use move, you will get the array data. So let's look at that right now. As you can see, guys, index number is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on so far, right? Also, if you want to add the 1 value, means do you want to display the array index number from the 1, so you need to use +1, +1, and let's look at that, right? index number is 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. So guys, this is usage of for each loop. I know those are similar, but more than users using for each loop to extract the data from the array. Also, you can use the same thing on for each loop. For loop. So let me show you last thing. So I'm going to comment that. Let's say I want to get the data from the, just a minute, I'm going to get same thing. I will get the data index number from the array by using for loop, so I can do that. So this is another method inside there. So first thing is you need to cut that. So I will use const, I will use move. You can write any name as you want. So then first of all I will use const. I will use the array. Inside there we need to pass the two values. The first one is index number, second one is your data, right? Then I will use move. This is the off keyword. Then you need to target your array name. Then you need to target the function that will help us to collect the data in trees, right? So when you will use the I, you will get the index number. When you will use data, you will get the data from the array. So let's see, I will use index number. So I target I on there and there. As you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, and everything is working perfectly right now. So you can use any one method as you want, but this time I just show you how you can use for each loop to extract the data from the array, and how you can get the index number from array by using for loop and also for each loop. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's design the application using HTML, CSS, and we're gonna use the JavaScript on later. This time we just need to know how we can design that. So I have index.html, style.css, and script.js files. So I will use the font awesome icon to display the logo. So I have a file style.css and cdn, and I have style.css, script.js inside my index.html page. So first of all I will write the comment, and I'm going to use that will be top nav start, and this will be kilos. So first of all I will design the nav bar. So I will use the nav tag. Inside the nav tag I will use the logo class. Inside the logo I will use the font awesome icon I class fa bronze, and I'm going to use fa select, right? Outside of the logo div I'm going to create another tag like form tag. Inside there we're going to display the input field. So I'm going to assign the class login. I'm going to use input type will be text, and placeholder will be user, class will be login input, and also I'm going to add another input field. The type will be password, and placeholder will be pin, and then max length I'm going to add that will be 4. Class will be login input, same class I used inside there. Alright, so open that in the live server, and here is our project, right? Also last thing I need to add that the button tag. So inside the form tag I'm going to add the button tag, and I'm going to add the arrow R so this code will help us to display the arrow sign like this one inside there. So let's work on this CSS to design it. So I will reset the property, padding 0, margin 0, box sizing border box, font family I will use the Poppins, and comma sans serif I will also send that. So the default font size I will change, that will be font size will be 62.5%, and I'm going to select the body tag, and the body tag I will use the background light gray F3, and color will be, I will use the 444. Min height I will use 100 VH because I want to display my another content inside the center, so I will assign the min height 100 VH. Right, so let's work on the nav start, and this will be nav close. So we need to select the nav tag, and we need to use display flex and justify content space between, because I want to display the content left and right side. So let's see, right, the logo is appeared in the right side, but also I think I need to add the H2, and I'm going to use span tag banking, so logo, right, cool. Right, so once we done that, then we're gonna use align item will be center, padding all side 2 rem to make a space, color no, I will use background will be white. So let's look at that. Right, okay, then we're gonna select the logo, because inside the logo have a text and our icon, so we're gonna use that display flex to align the logo and text. Align item will be center, right, everything is a center on the logo and text. Right, so let's work on the logo tag. So I'm going to use font size will be 4 rem, margin right I will use the margin right will be 0.6 rem to make a space, right. Also I will select the H2 span tag, font size will be 4. Let's look at that, 2 rem spaced, 2.5. Okay, everything is perfect on there, guys. Let's work on the input fields. So I have assigned the both classes is input login input like this one, so we're gonna select that login input. So we're gonna use border will be none, padding top and bottom 0.5 rem, 2 rem, font size I will use 1.6 rem, font family I will use inherit, means I will use the same that I have used on top of the page. Text align I will use center, and border radius I will use 10 rem, margin right 1 rem to make a space, color I will use inherit that I have used on top of the page, border I will use 1 pixel, solid light gray I will use the light gray. Also I will use the transition because I will use the some effect when I click on that. So as you can see our input fields, but I think we need to check that the border radius. Okay, so those are our input fields. So let's work on that when user will click on that. So okay, so I go to there and I have assigned the class login, so we're gonna select that and call the focus, and I'm gonna use outline will be none, and border I will use 1 pixel solid CCC. So let's see, right? Okay, last thing we need to do, we need to select the button tag, but before button tag I also select the login input and use colon place, order color will be DDD, right? Inside the input field have a placeholder, the color is light gray. So last thing we need to do, we need to select the button login. This is a button, so I'm going to use border will be none, background will be none, font size will be 2.2 rem, color will be inherit, and cursor will be pointer, transition I will use all 0.3s. So save, and everything is perfect in this. Okay, I think we need to check that. Okay, we need to send a btn login. We need to use the class name. Okay, as you can see guys, type will be button, right guys. So those are input fields, and this is the button, this is our right side, our logo, everything is clear. So in the next section we're gonna discuss all about the app designing. So thank you very much for watching, have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about how we can create another section. So in other section we're gonna display the, let's see, I want to display the current balance and also date and also value. So after the closing navbar, so I will use the command also on there, like this way. I will use the app container start. So app container close. So this is our app container. Inside there we will design the complete application. So let's create a main.app. So main class, main tag, class name is app. Inside there we're gonna use that to outside of the, I will use that, but just use balance. This is a balance div. Inside there I will create a content div. Inside the content div I will use the paragraph tag, assign the class balance level, right? Inside there we're gonna use the current balance. Then I'm gonna create another paragraph tag, assign the class balance dat, balance underscore dat, because I'll use that inside our CSS. And I'm gonna use as of span tag, and inside the span tag I will assign the class will be dat. So inside there I will use 10, 10, 20, 35, right? So outside of this one div I will create a paragraph tag, assign the class balance underscore value, because I will use display property to manage our content, right? As you can see, right? And inside the balance value we're gonna use that will be our content, right? So let's work on the CSS. So I'm gonna use that app container start app container class. So this is our main app container. Inside there we're gonna create all of the things that help us to design the application. So this is our first section to design the balance. So use the balance class. Inside the balance class have a, but before using balance class I will use the .app class. So I will assign the max width will be 1200 pixel. I will use 40 pixel, and margin on top and bottom for left and right I will use auto because I want to make a space. Width will be 100%, and I will use the padding 2 rem all side. So let's look at that. Right, have a space top and bottom, top and right. So let's work on our first section is the balance. So I will use display flex, justify content space between, save. Then we're gonna check the content like this one right now, and also we're gonna use the align it will be center to display the content in the center of the page, and we're gonna use the balance label, and balance label I will use the font size will be 2.2 rem, and font weight I will use 500. Then I will select the balance, what is the name, that. Okay, select that, and I'm gonna use font size 1.4 rem, I think. Yes, font weight I will use 500. Color will be at let's look at that. Perfect. Last thing we need to design that, so I will use the balance underscore value. I think this is my last one, class name. Yes, so use font size I will use 4.5 rem. Font weight I will use will be 400. So let's see. Right, so this is our next one section. Inside there we're gonna display the balance, display the date, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's design our application left and right side. So I go to index.html page. So I have been working with inside my main tag, and the class name is app. Remember that. So this is the balance, and balance close on there. Right, so this is our first section that we have made on earlier. Right, the next section we're gonna create on there will be a movement start, and this will be movement close. Right, so inside there we're gonna create a movement class, and then I will create a movement row. So inside the movement row we will display the left side content. Right, I'm gonna show you everything. So inside there I will create a move inside. Inside there I will use the I will assign the class move type. This is my first one class. The second one class I will use move draw. Okay, I will use that, and I will use that will be move. This is my second one class. I will use that. Right, so inside there I will use withdraw. This is my text. Move type, this is the first one class, this is the second one class. We will use the CSS to design that. Right, and then I will create a P class will be move that. So I will use the date will be like this one, but also I will use that inside my spent. No, I will use that normally. Okay, last thing I'm gonna add that will be amount. So value, so I'll use $3669, right? So this is a move row, so move inside. This is the first section that I help us to display the withdraw amount, but also we need to use same thing, but this time I need to use the deposit, right? So let's see, I will use copy and paste that, and I will leave the class move inside, but inside there I will use the move type move deposit, right? And also we need to change the value like true, right? And inside there I will use the same class, but inside there I will use text and the value like this one, right? So we will repeat those data inside our this one section. So right now I'm able to see the data is up here inside them, right? So let's work on the CSS to design that. So in the CSS, the first thing is app clause. This is a balance. Okay, I will get that and use that with the movement start, and this will be movement clause, right? So inside there we're gonna select the first thing is movement first div like this one, and use curly bracket. So I will use display grid because I will create a columns left side and right side. I will also create another boxes in the right side, so I will use display grid template column repeat to 1fr, and also I will use the grid here, but this time I'll leave that because I will show you on later. I will use margin top and bottom 2 rem, 3 rem, and left and right 0, right? And then I will select the second one div like this one, and then inside there we need to use background will be white, and padding I will use outside padding 2 rem. Inside the content border radius I will use 10 pixel, text align I will use center. So first we're gonna save that and let's look at that, right? So this is our left side content, and the right side content we're gonna create on later, right? Okay, so let's move on another section, move inside. So move inside, we're gonna use the display flex. First we're gonna check that. As you can see, there's a withdraw, that, and amount, right? Okay, I'm gonna use justify content will be space between, text align will be center, padding I will use top and bottom, and I will use the border bottom 1 pixel solid DDD. I've used the padding top and bottom to make a space. Let's see, like this one, have a space, our text and our bottom border, right? So let's check it now, the type like this one. So in the move type I will use the font size will be 1.1 rem, text transform will be uppercase, font weight I will use the 500, color will be white, and padding I will use top and bottom 0.1 rem, left and right 1 rem, border radius I will use 10 pixel, and background I will use red, margin right I will use 2 rem to make a space. So let's see, right, this time I use that, but we will manage that on later, right? Okay, so last thing we need to do, we need to select the move date like this one, and inside there we're gonna use that will be font size will be 1.1 rand, and text transform will be uppercase, and font weight I will use will be 500. Color will be #666. Sound, what is mode at? Just a minute. Okay, mode at like this one, right? And why I can't see movement value, I think we need to work on the, I changed the font size on there. Font size I will use 1.7 there. Right, everything is perfect. Okay, here is the problem, so we're gonna check that will be align it, I think. So to display everything in the center. No. Okay, text align is center, align it on center because okay, cool, everything is clear on there, guys. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's create a right side content. In the right side we're gonna display the some operations like fund transfer and getting the loan and delete the account. So we're gonna create a layout in the right side. So I go to my code editor, but before working on the right side content I'm gonna add my background color inside the deposit and inside the withdraw. So I go to style.css, just a minute, style.css. I have assigned the class move withdraw and move deposit. So we're going to select that and go to style.css. Inside there we're going to use background will be gradient, liner gradient, right? In the first one we're going to use that like to, just a minute, to top left, and we're gonna paste that color. So this is a withdraw. I think here's withdraw, so this withdraw, and also we're gonna use the same thing inside our deposit. So we're gonna get that and paste on there. This is a class name. So we're going to use same thing like this one, but we're going to change the color, right? So, and let's look at that. Perfect. So this is deposit table and this is a withdraw label. Okay, so let's work on the index.html. So this is our, I'm going to add that left side content. Right, this is the starting and this is a closing. Outside of this one we're gonna create a, everything is appeared inside the movement, right? Movement div. So inside the movement div I will use the comment. So operation money transfer, right? Close. And this is basically right side content start, and this will be close, right? So the first thing is you need to create a div, assign the class operation, and also I will add another class operation transfer. Just a minute, first we're gonna create the first one. Also I will use the second class, right? So inside there I will use the money transfer and the content. So I will use h2 and I'm going to use the transfer money. I'm going to use farm tag, leave the action inside the input field. First we're going to assign the classes like a farm transfer, inside there I'm going to use the input field. Type will be text, and class I'm going to add that will be form input, and also I will add another class form input too, because I will use those classes inside the CSS and also JavaScript. Then I'm going to create another type is number, input field type is number, and I will use the same class form input, and the next one I will use form input amount. Third one I will create that will be button, so I'll leave that button. I will use the and RA and this will help us to display the arrow, and I'm going to use form btn transfer. This is another class, right? Why I have been using multiple classes? Because I will use that for different purpose inside the JS, right? So also you can use the different classes in CSS to assign the different styles. So let's create another label for form label. I'll leave the font, I just use class and form label. This will be transferred to, and next one I will use will be amount, right? So I will use the same class, and on the right side I am able to see input fields, text, and also heading tags. So I go to my code editor style.css, and this is a right side content style. This will be close. Inside there have our operation money transfer style. This will be close, right? So inside there, first thing you need to select the main class, that is the name of operation. This is a div, but I also cut that. I will create a right side movement. I will use this one class and paste all of the content, because I will use that to make it as a display grid, and I will use grid cap to make a space 3rem, right? Then I'm going to select the operation, this one class. Inside the class I will use the border radius 1rem. I will use the padding top and bottom 3rem, left and right 4rem, and I will use the color will be 333. Then I will select the operation. I'm going to show you operation transfer, this one class. Inside there have all of the content, so we're going to select that, and inside there I will use the background linear, paste it, but I will get another color from there, right? So leave that, save and close that. Everything is clear on there, perfect. Let's work on the h2 tag. So h2 tag is appeared inside the operation h2, and I'm going to use font size will be 1.7 rem, font weight I will use 600, color I will use 333, and I will use margin bottom to make a space. Then I'm going to select the font tag. Inside the font tag you have two input fields, and first I'm going to show you two input fields, button, and also have a content. So I will use the grid. I'm going to show you display grid, and I will use grid template column. I will use 2.5 the first column, second one will be same, third one I will use 1 fr, and I will use grid template rows will be auto and also auto. Last thing I'm going to add that will be gap to make a space, 0.4 rem, left and right 1 rem, 7. Let's look at that. Right, perfect. Then we're going to select the input fields from underscore input. So I've used this one classes on each input text field. This is the input field, this is the input field. So we're going to select that, and we're going to use width will be 100%, border will be none, and background I will use RGBA 255, comma 0.4, and I will use font family inherit, means I will use the same font size. Text align I will use center to display the content in the center, and color I will use the dark gray. Padding I will use 0.3, top and bottom, left and right I'm going to use 1 rem. Border radius I will use the 0.7 rem, and also I will use transition all 0.3s. I will use the same thing like this one. Perfect. So inside they have I need to add the space between on the left side and right side content. So I need to go on top of the page, and we need to select this one moment. Inside they have a content like 2 FR. I repeat, 2 columns 1 FR. So we need to use gap on there to make a space. So I will use 2 rem to all side have a space, right? Perfect. I go to down, and we're gonna select the same thing, but this time I'm gonna use focus, means focus, and then I'm gonna use outline will be none, and I will use the background RGBA, and I'll use same thing like this one, but inside there I will decrease the opacity like 6. So let's look at that. Right, as you can see. Perfect. Then we're going to select the form label tags inside there, but before using that we're going to select the form btn. So select the form btn, and the form btn we're going to use border will be none, and border radius I will use the 0.7 rem, font size I will use 1.8 rem, background I will use will be white, and cursor will be pointer. Transition I will use the all 0.3s. Text align I will also use center. So let's look at that. Right, this is our button. Last thing, we need to set up our content, I mean text. So we need to select the, but before using that I also use that will be focus. So I will use this one, but inside there I will use the opacity at. So let's, as you can see, right, perfect. And final, I need to select my form label tags. So we just need to use text align center to display the content center, and I will use the font size will be 1.2 rem to make it as larger. Right, cool. So guys, I hope you understood as well how you can create a right side content. So in the next video we're going to create another sections. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Let's create another section inside our right side. So first we're going to set that, and the next section we're going to create that will be operation close, right? No, I will use the operation long. So inside this one section, right side content, so I'm going to get my comment, paste 2 times operation. This will be request long start, and this will be close. I don't need to use that. So the first thing we need to use same thing, class operation. I will use same class because I will use the same design on there, but I will change something inside there. Also I will use another class operation loan, and earlier I have used the operation transfer, and those are same classes, right? So next one I need to use h2, and I'm going to use request money, and I will use form tag. Leave the action, use the form from loan class. Both are same classes, remember that? Right. I'll use input type. The first one I will use number, type is number, then I'll use form, class will be form input. The first one is the same class, the second class I will use form input loan. Perfect. I will use the button tag because I will use only one, and no, I'll use and okay. Last thing I'm going to add that will be label, and we just need to remove that and use class will be from label tag or from label class. Inside there we need to use amount will be text. Look at that, right? But I think we need to go on our, where is my operation, on right side. Why? Just a minute. Okay, I will manage that. This time we just need to know. Okay, so the operations, grid gap. Okay, let's work on the where I just need to go on style.css. Just a minute. I just need to select this one, class, and this will be operation loan star. This will be close. So we need to select the same class. This time we just need to change the background color will be liner gradient, and we need to change the color like operation loan. Okay, first we're gonna paste it, so let's look at that. Right, okay, just a minute guys. I need to check my HTML, and where is movement. This is a movement row, and everything is clear, but I don't know why I can't. Okay guys, the problem is we need to get that, and first we're gonna say that this is the operation section, so I just need to use that on there, and outside of there we need to paste this one because I want to make it as a separate, right? Perfect. So everything is similar, but we just need to change the btn, right? So btn class, so go to style.css, and we need to select, just a minute, operation loan. I need to select this one. So inside there I need to use the grid template columns, 3fr and 1fr. So let's look at that. Right, also we need to change the class name, and there will be btn form btn, same class that I used on earlier. Save, and let's look at that. Perfect. Last thing I'm going to add that will be a loan. No, this is a loan, but last thing I need to add that will be what? We need to check that what is next. Okay, close the account. So this is this section, right? And this is our right side content. Okay, so comment is very important to manage your content, right? So last thing I need to add that will be operation close, right? So I'm gonna get this one, paste on there, operation class account start. This will be class, right? So I will use same class like operation to make a div, and also I will use another class operation will be class. So inside this one section I need to use h2 tag. H2 tag I will use class no, I will use the class account. I'll use form tag, leave the action, class will be form, same class, but the second class I will change it, and I will use input type will be text, and class will be form. First I'm going to use same class form input, the second class I will change it form input 2, right? I think I used this one class on earlier top of the page, but I'm going to use the same class in there because I will use that in JavaScript, right? So I think we need to create another input text field, and this time I'm going to use type will be password because this will help us. Form input, same class form input, this is our pin code, and also I will use attribute max length, means user will enter more than 6 characters, right? Then I will use the same button and also text. First we're gonna use the button, and this will be form btn close, right? And also I will use the another classes on there form btn because I will use that inside our JavaScript, and this will be same. Okay, cool. Okay, the amount I need to change that to confirm user, and the second level I will use that will be confirm pin. Okay, so let's look at that, right? So this is our class account section, first input, second input, button and text. So we're gonna change the color. So I go to style.css, and the first thing we need to select this one. So this is our operation class account style, this will be class. So you need to select that. So I will use the background color will be like this one. So I'm going to use that. So let's look at that, right? The final one is we're going to display the summary, means after the right side and left side content I want to display some content. So I need to select the right side there, right side content clause, this is a clause, and this is our movement div clause, right? But inside our main app like this one, first I'm going to show you, have an app class, right? In the app class have everything, right? Everything. So we're gonna add the content inside our app class, right? So this is a moment clause. So I'm gonna use this one. Summary start, and this will be summary clause. So I will create a summary here, and inside there I will create a two section, left and right side. In the right side I'm going to display the timer, in the left side I want to display the some content. So I will create a left side summary, and also I will use the right side summary. In the left side summary section, I will create some content like hen, and also I will use classes summary level. Next one, I will use the amount, and this will be summary value, and also I will use summary value, and then I will use this one summary level, but this time I need to change the text. I leave the same class, and also we need to use the same amount, but this time I just need to change the summary value out class. Perfect. Then I'm going to use the paragraph tag again, and this time I'm going to change that it will be interest. This is the text. I'll leave the label class same, but I need to use number, and inside there I will use the what. For example, I will use some random numbers because we will have to see something inside our console, not console, inside our web page. So this class name is interest. So all of the classes are same, like as you can see, summary value and summary value, summary value, summary level, like there, right? So we're gonna use that inside our CSS to manage that, right? Last thing I'm gonna add that will be button tag, and I'm gonna use and down arrow, and also I want to display the text, so I'll use sort class btn sort. So this is our, I'm going to show you, as you can see, this is the left side content. In the right side content, I will use the simple timer. So I will use logout timer, and you will be logged out, and I'll use span tag and assign the class timer 5. Right, so I go to style.css, I'll leave that. So this is operation close, and this is right size close. So after this one, so I'll create another summary star summary close. So we're gonna select my main summary class. I will use that display property flex, and I will use justify content display between means. I will leave the right side and left side content. As you can see, this is right side and this is left side content, right? Then I'm going to select the left side. Just a minute, I'm going to show you this one content. So inside there I will use display flex because I want to display every item in the left side will be appear in the row wise, and I will use padding 0 and 0.3. 0 means top and bottom, 0 left and right, 0.3 as you can see, right? Then I'm going to select the summary level tag. So in the summary label I have a text, as you can see, in, out, interest, right? So you need to select the only one class, and you will use the style on that. Font size I will use 1.2 rem. Font weight I will use a 500. Text transformer I will use uppercase, and I will use margin right 1 rem. Also I will select the same summary value class. Inside there have a numbers, so this font size will be 1.2 rem, and now I will use the 2.2 rem, and margin right 4 rem to make a space. So let's look at that, right? So this is a small content, large size content. Perfect. So first I'm going to check the font pop pins. Okay, I think. Okay, cool. The final one is I will select the summary in, comma, summary out. And this first one is that, and this is second class, comma, and only summary like this one. And we need to change the color, will be hash 66C3. And okay, everything is clear, guys. So this is our complete application. We will work on the JS to manage it dynamically. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, after designing the application, we're gonna use the JavaScript to display the data dynamically. But before working on that, we're gonna fix this one issue and also right side content. So I go to my code editor and we're gonna select the BTN sort, and we're gonna use that will be same styling, but we're gonna change few things. So I go to top of the page, I'm gonna get that and paste on there, and we're gonna use and comment that, right? But I will use the white color. So let's look at that, the sort. Okay, I'm going to change the font size 1.5, and I will use the padding because one rem outside. So let's look at that. Okay, I will use the padding 0.6. Okay, perfect. So let's work on the right side content, means logout button. I mean logout timer. So we're gonna select that and we're gonna use it. Padding 0.3 rem, and margin I'm gonna use font size will be 1.25 rem. So let's look at that. Okay, everything is clear. So our application is ready now. We're gonna work on the JS. So I open my JS file inside there, and I'm gonna use the use strict. So first of all, we're gonna get the data from the HTML document. So I'm gonna show you from scratch. So this is the top navigation section. So inside there I have used the classes like input from, this is the input class input, but I'm going to use that will be a login input user. Also I will use the another class with another input field, login input password. So we're going to get those data with the help of classes inside our JS. So I'm going to use the comment, and this is our element, right? And we're going to element start class. So we're going to get that data step by step from HTML page, and we're going to assign the data inside our JS variable. So let's see how we can do that. So I will create a const. The first thing is I'm going to add that will be, first I'm going to check that this is login. Okay, login input, user login input document.query selector. So this is our first one. The second one I'm going to get that will be user. So I will get all of the data, input pass, or you can say that pin, not pin. Right, then we're gonna get the another data like btn. So I also make a comment, btn start and btn close. So this will be const btn login document.querySelector, the class name. So this is our first one, section data. So we have used the JS to get the data and assign the data inside our variable. So let's work on the app section. So in the app section, we're gonna get the balance date and date class data. So const, the first one I'm gonna get that will be balance date, and the second one I'm gonna get that will be the date class data. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna close this one because that, right. Let's work on another sections. So we're gonna get the also balance value. So I'm gonna get that balance value, QSelector, like this one, right. So I'm gonna arrange all of the content one by one. Also we need to use this one section because we will use that to display the data inside our, we're gonna display all of the data from JS. So we're gonna get that. So this is a const move row QSelector, and we're gonna use that, right. And we're gonna use the move withdraw, and also we need to use move deposit. No, we're gonna use move that, so this is the move that. So we're gonna use all of the content. And the next one is move values, movement value. I just use move value, right. And inside that we need to use the class name like move value. So I have a withdraw date and move value, right. Also I will use the classes like this way, perfect. And then we're gonna use the move deposit, right. So const move deposit document QSelector, and then we're gonna get the move date. So I already get the date, the same class name, but this is the same value, right. So I already have a value inside there, right. Let's move on the next section. In the next section have a data like input field. The first one is a farm input 2. So farm input data. So I will leave this one because I use farm input 2 document.querySelector, and then we're gonna use the second one, farm input number, or farm input amount, farm input amount .querySelector, and we're gonna get another content. Also we're gonna use farm btn transfer, so we're gonna use that inside this one section because btn farm transfer. What is the name? btn transfer. So I'll use btn document.querySelector. So we're gonna use that, right. Okay, but why I use the move deposit to move deposit form input to, so we need to use that because this is my mistake, to, right, perfect. Okay, so here's a form loan, so form input loan, form input button, we need to get those data, so we're gonna use that. So this is a form input loan, and we need to use the form btn loan, const btn loan, document.query selector, and use that. Perfect. Okay, I'll leave this one and let's move on there. So I think I've used the same class. Let's find out. Yes, it's same. I will use that on later. Okay, I will use the form input pin, right? So I think I need to, no, I will use that. Const form input pin, document query selector, and finally I think we need to use that. What is name? Const btn close. This is a button that will help us to close the count, right? Okay, I'll leave this one, and last thing we need to get the summary in and out and summary interest. So summary const, and then I'm going to use that will be what, summary in value, summary and value, and passing the value. The second one is summary value out, so I'm going to pass the, this is out, summary value in, summary value out. This is a perfect. Okay, so I think we need to get the last thing like this one, const summary value interest, right? Okay, and also we need to use btn sort in the btn section, btn sort document.query selector, and yes, we need to get the timer. Also I have a date, so I'll use the const logout timer, document.query selector. So we have data inside our JS variables. We will use the JS variable inside our JS project to display the dynamic data and use the buttons to perform different operations like display the data, delete the data, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's work on the JavaScript to display the dynamic data inside our HTML page. So I go to my code editor and I go to my index.script.js file. So first of all, I will create a static data, means I will create an object. Inside the object I will assign the key and values. We will use the key and values to display the data inside our HTML document. So let's see. So this is my data. Const, and I'm going to use account 1. This is a key. The key name is John. I'm going to use movements, and I'm going to add, that will be array. Inside the array I will add the random values. Positive means deposit the data, negative means withdraw the data, right? So when I will use the negative value, means it will withdraw the amount from our application, right? Okay, then we're gonna use interest. Alright, will be 1.2%, and pin is this there. Pin is 4 times 1. Okay, so we're gonna get that and paste on there. This is my second one account, and I'm gonna add the random values there, and right, so I think this will be 4. Okay, next one I'm gonna increase the interest rate, and also the pin is 4 times 2. And first we're gonna use those accounts, because I will create another accounts on later. This time I'm gonna show you how you can display the dynamic data inside our HTML page. So I go down and I will create a function. Right? So I will create a function. First we're gonna create a variable, and inside the variable we're gonna create a function with display moment. Right? The function pass the parameter movements. Use curly bracket. Inside the curly brackets I need to target the movements parameter to write the for each loop. Why? Because I will get the values from the object. So we're gonna use the for each loop to get the moments data. So let's see how we can do that. So I will create a moments this one parameter, use for each loop parenthesis. Inside there you need to use function. You need to pass 2 parameters. The first one is that help us to get the array data from the object, and the second parameter you need to pass on that will be that help us to display the index number. Let me show you. I will use move and I. Right, so this is our for each loop. So move means we will use that to get the index data, like 603 and 369, like this one. But the I value will help us to display the index number, you know. And earlier we have used move and I, means we have seen the index number and also data by using for each loop, right? So let's see how we can use the move and I to display the dynamic data. So first I'm going to show you. I want to display the number 1 withdraw, number 2 deposit, and also those values from my JS file. How I can do that? Step number 1, create a variable const HTML, use beck text. Right? Inside the beck text you need to pass the complete HTML that will help us to display the complete design, like this one. But we will change the value by using JavaScript. So let's see. So I go to index.html. In the index.html have a movements div. Inside the movements div have a movement row div. and inside they have two sections, move inside, that help us to display the move withdraw, and also same class, but the class name, the second one class name is a change move deposit. So we're gonna get only one value and based on the move inside, right? So I will use this way, you will understand better then, right? Just a minute. So this is our HTML document, I mean variable, and inside they have a div class move inside and the text and the value, right? So we're gonna use move to display the value from the array on this one section, and we're gonna use I to display the number inside there, and also we're gonna use the type, means the when we will get the positive value, then we were gonna assign the type will be deposit, otherwise we're gonna display the type will be withdraw. So I'm gonna show you how you can do that. So step number one, I want to display the data inside my HTML document. So the first thing, you need to remove that and use $calibrate. Inside there you need to pass move, that help us to display the index values like 600, 300 and many other things. So this time I'm gonna leave the date because I will manage it on later. The next one is your number, like this one. So you need to remove that, but this time I'm gonna only remove this one. Use $brackets, and you need to pass I means you will get the index number. The array index starting time is 0, but we need to display only one value, 1 2 3 4. So we need to add the one value, means the starting number is 0, but when you will add the 1, the array index number will be starting is 1, right? Perfect. Next thing is type. So here is a withdraw, I'm going to show you a withdraw and deposit. So those are types. So I'm going to show you, here is types, move underscore type, this is a withdraw, and move underscore type we have a deposit. So I will manage it by using if else statement inside there. So let's see how I can do that. I will create a const, I will use type, and we're going to use that will be type move, this parameter value greater than 0 means we will get the positive value, so the type will be deposit, otherwise will type will be, I will use this one, right? So we're gonna use type inside there and also inside there. So we're gonna use that type. So I'm gonna remove the withdraw. After the underscore I use $, and use type on there. So we will able to see on the console screen on the page type will be deposit or withdraw, and also we're gonna use that $type, also we're gonna use that. Last thing, I need to display the data inside our HTML document. So how I can do that? So guys, you need to use inside the for each loop, remember that. So I'm working on the for each loop. So inside there you need to target your parent class name. You know, in earlier we have received the data and assigned the data inside our variable. So let's find out the variables like this one, move row, right, move row and move row. So we need to use that inside there, and use that will be insert agents HTML, and we need to pass after begin two parameters. The second parameter you need to pass the HTML document. After begin means after your parent element, my parent element value is movements. After this one we're gonna display those content like this one content and also this one, right? finally we need to call the function. So copy that and paste outside of there, and you need to pass the parameter like which. So this function is help us to display the data, but we need to pass the value. So I want to pass the value on my first one account like this one. So you need to get that and paste on there dot and use movements. We just get the value. Which value? Array value. So save, and let's look at that. As you can see guys, 9 withdraw, a deposit, withdraw, deposit, and so on so far. And let's look at that, the values. So account one last thing have a 900, where it is, okay, 600 I think, yes, 600. And also I've used the after begins. When I will add the value, then the latest value will appear top of the page, right? Okay, so I think everything is clear, and guys, so in the next video we're going to discuss another sections, another data. So thank you very much for watching. But before closing the video, I'm going to show you how you can remove the static data. So those are static data, those are coming from my HTML page. So first I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to remove that cell. Let's look at that, right? Also another method is, if you want to remove that, so you need to select this one and use just a minute, move down, and in HTML I think it should be display. Yes, it is also working similar like earlier. Okay guys, so I hope you understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Before working on the application, we need to know the map, filter, and also reduce array functions. Those functions are very important. We will use them on our application, but before working on the application, we need to know how does work it and what is the map, filter, and reduce function. So let's look at that. Just a minute. So inside the map function have a 5 values. This is the array, and inside the array have a different type of values like 1, 1, 2, 4, 3. When you will use the current array and times by 2, you will get the new array with new values like this one. 3 times by 2 you will get 6, 4 times by 2 you will get 8, 2 times by 2 you will get 4. So you will get the different result with new array. Map returns a new array containing the result of applying the operation on all original arrays elements. Let's look at that, the filter method. I'm going to show you practically how does work it. This time you need to know how does work it, right? So inside the filter I have used the condition current, means this array greater than 2, then leave the less than value of the 2, display the greater than of 2 values inside the array, leave the less than value, right? When you will use the 5, then it also out of this one you will get the 739 value. Filter returns a new array containing the array elements that passed a specified test condition. Last thing is a reduce function. It is help us to calculate the data, means you have a positive and negative value. You will use the reduce function that help us to calculate the data and give us the single data. So this is our simple map, filter, and reduce function. So we're gonna work on the map function this time. I'm gonna show you how to work it in our code editor. So this is our map the underscore method.js file. Inside there I will create a random number array. inside there I'm going to use same values. So I'm going to show you 3 4 and 2 1 1, right? So this is the array, random array. Inside there have those values. So we're going to use the const opt and assign the value to, right? This is more variable. So I'm going to use the random number dot map. This is a function that will help us to display the data or return the new array data. So let's see. I will use the function passing the parameter, like I will use data, use curly brackets. Inside the body you need to use return keyword. Inside the return keyword I will use the simple method like this one, data, this is a parameter, times by 2. No, I will use times by opt because I have used the variable on top of this one page. Use terminator sign. So this is a return new array. So we need to create a variable new data, right? So we're gonna call that, then you will get the same result like those results. So let's see, console.log new data and save it. Let's look at that on the console scheme. Open that, and as you can see 68422, and this is the index numbers, right? So let's look at that, 68422, right? You can also use the arrow function to do the same thing. So let's look at that, how we can use the arrow function. So I will use the const, I'm going to create a new data sam random number dot map parentheses. Inside the parentheses I'm going to pass the parameter, use arrow and data times by 2 opt. It will give us the same result. Let's look at that, 68422, right? So this is the call arrow function that will help us to display the single line code data. Also you can use the for off loop to do the same thing, but in the for off loop you will use the array method like push method to add the data inside our input array. Let me show you how you can do that by using for off loop. Const empty number, and I'm going to use for loop. In the for loop I will use const a of, and we're going to use the random number, means this data will assign on a variable. So inside there I will use the console. No, I don't need to use the console.log. I just target my this one and use dot push because I need to fill the empty array. At push and parentheses. Inside the parentheses we need to use the random number times by no, not random number, we need to use a times by opt. So let's look at that, new data. Okay, we need to call this one right now. As you can see, 68422, right? But inside there I have used the for of loop to fill this one array, but inside the map function you don't need to use this line of code. You just write a simple this one method to display the data, right? Last thing I'm going to show you, I'm going to comment that, and I'm going to show you to use the map method to display the deposit and withdraw data. So I'm going to assign the negative value also on there. and this will be 16, and I'm gonna use 55. What? Right. So I will create a const, and I'm going to use that will be display data a random number dot map. So we need to use function parentheses. We need to pass two parameters. The first one is a data that help us to display those data. The second one I'm going to pass will be index number. We're going to display the index number and also our data inside our console screen. So then I need to use if the data greater than 0, then comment the if body. In the if body I will use the I need to use return keyword, and what I'm going to use that will be a random number. No, first I'm going to use index number. So I will pass the I that help us to display the index number. But when you will add the +1, then you will able to see 0 to 1 index will change. Means first I'm going to leave that. I'm going to show you on the index number. Then I want to display the data, so I will use deposit and data. And the else statement I will use return, and this will be withdraw. Right. So and let's look at that on the console screen. So I'll use display data and display data. So let's look at that. Right now, as you can see, guys, so this is my index number. Focus on those data. 0 index number, deposit 3, deposit 4. When you are able to see negative value, means this is a withdraw. And those are my index number, as you can see, index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. When you will change that by using add the value, so, and then you will able to see 0 will change to 1, means the index number is starting time will be appear a number 1. Right, so this is a call map method. So I hope you understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video I'm going to teach you how you can use the map method to get the username from the object. Let's say I want to get the username first and second character from the objects. So I will use the map method. So I'm going to show you how you can use that. So I have a first and second object. The object data is appeared inside my another array with the name of accounts. So first of all, I will teach you very simple and easy method that help us to get the username, and I'm going to show you how you can use the map method. So I will create a const user and assign the name like this one. First I'm going to show you. Then I will create another and assign the user, right, dot lowercase. So this variable will help us to display the lowercase characters from our username. So let's see, right, lowercase. Okay, but I want to use that to get the first and second character. So how I can do that? So step number 1, you need to use a split method to split the data. Use parentheses, double quotation, make a space. Let's look at that this time. User now. So and let's look at that. Right, Kevin Williams. After using split method, we're gonna use the map method. So first I'm going to use that. So I'm going to use the dot map method parenthesis function, pass parameter like a name. You can write any name. I'm going to be passing the name parameter, use curly brackets. So this function is help us to get the data and assign the data inside our username variable, right? So I'm going to use the return keyword, return the data name, and use which index value you want to get. So I want to get the 0 index. In the 0 index have our this one value, right? Also first I'm going to set that, and let's look at that. As you can see, K and W, but I want to join the K and W, so I need to use this parenthesis, closing parenthesis. So I need to use dot join method and parenthesis as double quotation and everything. As you can see guys, KW, so we have got the value from the username K and W from with the help of map method, and those values are small characters or lowercase, you can say that. Okay, let me show you how you can use that to convert it as arrow function. So I'm going to comment that, get that, paste on there, and I'm going to use uncomment that. So I just need to remove the function, remove the parenthesis, use arrow sign, and we don't need to use the curly bracket because this is a single line, and also we don't need to use that. Remove that. So it is working similar like this one function, right? So let's look at that. KW, right? Perfect. Let's make a function and we're gonna assign those data inside our function. So first I'm gonna comment that because it is very important to you to understand that step by step the usage of map method. So I'm gonna create a function const create user name, assign the value function parenthesis. So inside the parenthesis I will pass the parameter user, use curly brackets, and we need to paste this one code. Just a minute, this one code, right? And we need to uncomment that, but inside there we need to pass we need to return this one data because I want to get the username. So we need to use the return keyword and pass the user name variable like this one. So this variable have a user, right? So let's use terminator sign and save it. Let's call this one function, but we need to pass the parameter like this one name. Save, and let's look at that. Username undefined. Okay, so we need to use and comment that, right? As you can see, Kevin Williams. Perfect. No, just a minute guys, I need to use that will be console.log and use that inside there. Then as you can see, KW. So we have made the function. So inside the function have everything that we have used on earlier, but this time I have convert that inside the function. So we need to just call function and pass the parameter to get the first name and second name characters. Okay, last thing I'm going to show you, I want to add the value, keys inside there, inside my object. Inside the object I will assign the first and second character value. So let me show you how you can do that. So I'm going to comment that. So I will create a const create username function, passing the parameter like I'm going to pass the ACC use curly brackets. Inside the curly brackets I will get the username with the help of accounts array. So I need to use acc dot this one parameter. First we need to use the for each inside that we need to use function parentheses passing the parameter like acc use curly brackets. Inside the curly brackets we need to use the acc object array, and inside there we need to add the value. You can write any name as you want, then the particular name will assign inside your current object. So let's see, I will use user name, but before using that I'm going to show you, I'm going to use console.log. First I'm going to show you this account, like this one account, the second one. So let's look at that. So inside the object you are able to see the interest, movements, owner and pin, but when I will run this one function then you will able to see username key will assign on there, and also I will assign the acc.owner. So inside this one key we will assign the value. Which value? So I'm going to use top to lowercase function, and we're gonna use same thing, but I'm gonna leave this one. I just need to use the data from there dot display, and also we need to use the map dot map, but this time I need to use the and then I'm gonna use dot join parentheses, and I think everything is clear on there. Okay, so just save it, everything is clear on there. When I will call this one function, but before calling this one function I just save that, and you are able to see everything is default. But when I call this one function, so I'm gonna use that will be console.log, and I'm gonna use create. So I will assign the value, but before using that first I'm gonna use the, just a minute, first I'm gonna call this one accounts. So, and we will able to see two accounts or two objects, but you can't find the username key and the username value. So when I will call this one function, so let's call it by using create a username passing the accounts array, like this one array. So inside the array have objects data, the first and second object data. So we're gonna save it, then you will able to see, let's look at that. As you can see, username have a JD, means the first character is small, the second character of the second word is the small JD. The second one have a KW, means Kevin Williams, right? So this is the usage of map method. So inside there I have used the map method where it is here, and also I have used the for each to get the data from the accounts array, right? So thank you very much for watching, have a nice day. Hey guys, let's talk about the filter and reduce method in JavaScript. So I have a two array, but I'm going to use this one method because I already explained you inside my slide to display the particular numbers by using filter method. So I'm going to show you how does work it and how you can display the particular numbers inside the console screen by using filter method. So I will create a, first I'm going to use the random, this is the array, and use filter parenthesis, write the function passing the parameter. The first one is your data that help us to display the array data. The second one is the index number. Third one is the complete array. If you want to leave that, you can do that. So I'm going to use 3 parameters, curly brackets. Inside there I'm going to use return keyword and use the data greater than of the 1. Then we will able to see those data will appear inside our console screen. So let's see. So the first thing is I need to assign the value the deposits, because we're gonna call that it is return array console.log and deposit. So let's look at that. Right now, as you can see, 5739. So you have skipped the one value from the array to use the condition on there. If you add the condition on there, let's say I will use the 5, and you are able to see 7 and 9 have been appeared inside my console screen. Leave the first 3 and 5 values from the my array. Let's see how we can add that value inside the array by using for of loop. So I will create a const deposit for. So this is my empty array, and we're going to use for const data of assign the array, this one array. So we're going to use this one data. So I'm going to use if parenthesis data greater than of the 1. Then we're going to call the empty array to fill the array dot push and push the data. Use console.log and call the deposit for array to display the data. Let's see, right? So this is a call filter method. Also you can use that to use the arrow function. So I'm going to create a const and I'm going to use the deposits. Deposit random number dot filter, and then we're going to pass the parameter like data, and we're going to use data greater than 0. Use console.log deposit. So let's look at that. Right? Perfect. So I'm going to use this one array. So I'm going to show you a very interesting thing inside there. So I'm going to uncomment this one array. Right? So let's look at that. So I'm able to see the positive values means deposit the data. When I will change the condition like less than, then you will able to see negative values will appear inside my console screen. So let's look at that. Right? So it means when you will use the greater than, you will get the deposit. When you will use, first I'm going to also use, this is a greater than deposit, and this will be withdraw. Right, so let's use that on there. So those are deposit and those are withdraw. So I hope you understood as well all about the filter method. Let's talk about the reduce method. You know, the reduce method is display the complete data and display the single data, calculate the all data and display only one data. So let me show you how you can use that to calculate the all of the data. So first of all, I will use console.log and I'm going to call the random number this one array. So I have a values, but I will use the reduce method to calculate all of the data and display all of the data inside my single variable. So we're going to use the single variable to display the calculated data inside our console screen. So I will create a const and I'm going to use balance. Then I'm going to target my array use dot reduce, in the reduce function, I'm going to use function parenthesis. We need to pass the 3 parameters. Also we need to another parameter inside the parentheses. But before using that, I'm going to show you the data. This is the index number, this is the array. But also you need to add another parameter in starting time. So you can write any name. I'm going to use accumulator. This is a short name of the accumulator. Use curly bracket inside there. I need to use return keyword. You know, in this slide I've used that. So call accumulator add by our data, right? And last thing you need to do inside there, after the curly brackets, you need to use the where the number start inside our console scheme. You know, first I'm going to comment that, and comment that I'm going to show you example. So I'll use for let I assign the value 0. So this is the initialized value of the for loop I less than to 10 I plus plus. I'm going to use console.log and I. So the initialized value is 0, and when it will complete the 10, we will able to see the 10 values. 0 to 9 values. When you will use the 1, you will able to see the starting number is 1. So it is similar like this one to initialize the value inside our accumulator. So I'm going to uncomment that and also uncomment that. So first we're going to save that, and let's look at that. I'm going to use console.log and I'm going to balance. We will able to see only one value has been appeared inside my console screen like this one. So you know how does work it. So first I'm going to open my calculator, and here's the values. So we're going to use the addition and 9 negative 6699. This is a plus, and 66 that negative by 369 plus by negative. Okay, this is my mistake. 600 300 900 and negative by 360 531, and add the 900 and negative by 6699, and add the value like plus 66 that, add negative the 359 and add the value 495 negative by 269. Right now, as you can see guys, 4659. So it will calculate all of the data and display the complete data inside my variable. You can use that to display the data. So let's work on that deeply. How does work it, right? So first of all, I will use console.log, and inside there I'm going to use the iteration, and this will be index number and my accumulator data. First we're going to save that, and let's look at that inside the console screen. As you can see, this is the starting number is 0, this is the index numbers, and those are values. The starting time is accumulator data is 0, 600 plus by 300 900, negative value from the 900, the value is in the third index I have 531, and add the value 977 to display the data inside our console. Like this way, it is working process of the reduce method, right? Let's say I want to change the value like 100, so, and then you have been seen on my console screen the starting number of the accumulator is 100, means the starting time is a 100 plus by 600 have a 700 plus 300 1000 negative by 369, the value is like this one. So this is a complete process to display the complete single value inside our console scheme. So I'm going to comment that, and I'm going to show you another example by using arrow function. So let's call that function const balance and random number dot reduce parentheses, again parentheses, because we need to pass the parameter. We need to pass two parameters inside there. We don't need to pass the array index and many other parameters. We just pass the accumulator and the array data. Then I'm going to use arrow sign and use accumulator add by our data, where the number start from. I'm going to use 0. Uncomment that. So let's look at that. Right, cool. Right, let me show you the usage of the for off loop to calculate the data. Right, so let's say I have a balance 2 and assign the value the 0. So I'm going to use for const data of a random number. So I'm going to target my balance 2 and assign it and assign the value the data. So you will able to see same result by using for off loop right now. Perfect. Comment that. Finally, I'm going to show you how you can find out the max value from the number. So const max and random number dot reduce, passing the two parameters accumulator and data. Use the arrow function curly brackets. Inside that I'm going to use the condition, but before using condition I'm going to use console.log, and I'm going to show you the accumulator data and array. This is the array data, right? Then I'm going to use the if statement. If accumulator data greater than have our data, then return the accumulator data. Otherwise I will use else. In else I'm going to use the return our data value. Also first we're going to save that, and I'm going to use console.log max value. So let's look at that, as you can see. But I'm gonna show you another important thing, where you start the number inside the array. So I need to use the random number 0. The starting number is 0 to count the 0 to end up the complete array value. So, and this is my max value from my array, and here is our those value. Accumulator I also use on the accumulator data and our array data. 600 600, this is the array 600 600 300. So this is a working process to use the condition and get the value and display the data inside our console scheme. So guys, I hope you understood as well all about the filter and reduce method. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. After learning the reduce, map and filter method, we are able to use them inside our application. So first of all, I'm going to show you how you can display the data like this one to calculate all of the deposit and withdraw. So I'm going to use a reduce method we have learned on earlier, so you know how you can use that. So this is our application, right? So inside there I'm going to use that will be calculate deposit and withdrawal data. So I will create a const and I'm going to create a call display balance. So I'm going to use function parentheses and inside the parentheses I'm going to pass the parameter like data. Use curly brackets. Inside the curly brackets I will create another variable, but I need to create another variable const, and I'm going to use balance, and then I'm going to target my data reduce function. Inside there we need to pass two parameter, accumulator and our data variable, right? But this time I'm going to use the value because the data I already assigned on there. After that I'm going to use arrow sign and call IQ add by our data, no, our value, like this one, right? Where they start from the number, so the number start from the 0, set. And then we need to target our label text, right click it and go to inspect element. So this is a value, balance value class name, so I already received the data inside our JS variable with the name of balance value, so I'm going to get that and use the text content, and this time I'm going to use backtext $, and we're going to pass the balance, right? So we're going to call that, and inside there you need to pass the account, particular account. We will manage that on later, which account user will logged in our application to display the particular user data inside our screen. This time I'm going to just use the static data. Right now, as you can see guys, I'm able to see 1724, but I want to display the $sign also, so I'll use after that $signs right now, right? Okay, also I want to display the $sign after the value, so where it is my type, this is the index number, this is the value, so let's see, right? Also we're gonna use the map method to create a username. You know, we have used the map method, so I'm gonna create a more than 4 users, 3. Also I'm gonna change the John Doe, and the name of the Kevin Williams, this is second, and the third I'm gonna use Mark Thomas. So I'm gonna change the data like this will be positive, and I'm gonna use negative, this will be negative, and this will be positive. So I just use random numbers, and the pin is 333, and interest rate like this one, so use the 4 man, and I'm gonna use that will be so I'm gonna thinking which name I'm gonna use on there will be okay, just a minute, I'm gonna use 10 David, right? So also I'm gonna add that will be different type of values like positive, this will be 550, this one 100, and this will be 250, like this one. So this will be pin 444. Okay, so I will create an array const accounts, and inside there I'm gonna pass all of the accounts object, because we're gonna use that, and last one account for, right? So we're gonna use that to get the username, right? So this will be calculate the data, this will be display, deposit and withdraw. So I'm going to create another function. Before this one, I'm going to use that. Generate username. You know how we can get the first name and last name from our object? By using map method. So let's use that. So const create username, create a function and pass the parameter like data, curly brackets. I'm going to use data.forEach loop function, passing the data, curly brackets. Why I am able to see, just a minute, create a user function. Okay, there's a mistake, right? Then I'm going to target the data to add the username inside my object. So the object is account.owner dot to lowercase. This is a function that will help us to display the lowercase character dot split, and use double quotation, make a space, write the map method and pass the parameter like name, use curly brackets and name index number is 0. Then finally you need to use .join method to join the data, right? So let's try it's working or not. So I'm going to use that. First we're going to check that manually, and inside there I'm going to pass the username Tim David. So I think it should be display the data. So let's look at that. Data is a value. Okay, there's a problem now, guys. Okay, just a minute, I'm going to change that. I'm going to use move. Use that move. Let's look at that. Okay, why it doesn't work on there, guys? Function, passing the parameter. Okay, I think, guys, I also use the data. First I'm gonna use that. First I'm gonna use create user, and I'm gonna pass the accounts inside there. So it should be move not for each function. Okay, so something is wrong on there, guys. Just a minute, I'm gonna check that where is problem right now. So I'm gonna comment that, and I'm gonna comment this one. So I have a map method. So inside the map method I use the same tactics that I used on earlier, like this one, as you can see. So create a user and something like this one. So I'm going to get that, and let's try it now. It's working or not on there. So create a user, split the name and passing the username accounts, and let's look at that. It's working or not? Yes, it's working inside there, guys, as you can see. So I think I have a mistake inside my code. So create a username function SCC. So I passed down the SCC and the data. So data SCC.username and this is the sec.user. Everything is clear on there once you use that. So okay, I'm gonna comment this one code and uncomment this one, right? And also we need to use the console.log to call the accounts array. First you need to create a function to call the function and pass the accounts variable. Then do you want to display the data, so you need to use that. So perfect. Right now guys, I'm able to see username JD, username KWMTTD have been appeared inside my console here. So it's working perfectly on this time. So I hope you understood as well. We're gonna use that inside our application to check which user is inside our application or not. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's work on the summary section to display the deposit, display the withdraw, and display the interest rate inside this one section. So I go to my code editor, and inside there we're going to create a function, display summary data. So I'm going to create a const calc display, write the function passing the parameter. So we're going to create another variable incoming, write any name as you want. So use the value dot filter. Inside the filter function we're going to pass the DEP, means deposit. This is short, arrow sign, and I'm going to use deposit greater than to 0, means the deposit value inside the array have a deposit, means positive value, have a greater than 0. Then we're going to use reduce function that will help us to calculate all of the data and assign the data inside our incoming variable. And inside there we're going to pass the two parameters. The first one is, first I'm going to leave this one because no I will use. So I'm going to pass the two parameters. The first one is accumulator and the second one is data. Use arrow sign accumulator add by data, and you need to add the 0 to starting array number or array index number. Then we're going to target our this one element. So this is summary value n. So I check out inside my summary value n, use that inside there dot text content, and then I'm going to use brackets and passing the incoming variable. We're going to call that outside of there, passing the parameter like account1 because I want to display the account1 data. I will manage it on later. This time we need to know how we can do that. So cut that, as you can see 3129, but I want to display the $sign. So after this one I need to use $sign, right? Also use a deposit. The next thing is we need to display the withdraw. So inside the function and passing the same parameter, use filter, and I'm going to use same parameter. You can do that, but I'm going to change that. I'm going to use width arrow. Just a minute, what happened on there? That value, just a minute, filter, and I'm going to pass the amount, right? So amount Okay, I need to pass the 2 parameters on there, guys. So this is a filter. I need to pass another parameter. You can write any name, arrow sign, amount less than 0, right? So you will get the negative values. Use radius, accumulator, and the data, right? If you want to change the name, accumulator data. If you want to change the name, you can do this. So I'm going to use accumulator plus data, and also we need to use arrow function 0, right? So I have another variable withdraw, so I've used same tactics that I used on earlier, like this one, but inside there I've used the less than 0, means we're gonna get the negative values from the array. So once you've done that, then you need to get the summary out and paste on there, text content, sign the withdraw. But I need to use backticks, $, save it, and let's look at that. Right, cool. But I want to remove the minus sign in that inside my page, so I'm going to use math.abc, math.abs. What happened? Okay, math.abs function that will help us to remove the sign, like this one. Last thing, we need to set up our interest. So interest const, create a variable interest, calling the parameter value. Inside there have array, remember that. And I'm going to pass the move. This is a parameter. You can write any name as you want. I'm going to use different names. Move greater than 0. That map, this time I'm going to use map function. I'm going to pass deposit and dpt times by 1.2. I'm going to use that to calculate the interest rate by using 1.2%, and then I'm going to use divide by 100, right? Okay, let's use the last one level and use text content, and we're going to pass interest. Also we need to display the $sign. So let's look at that. Okay, I think something's wrong on there, guys. Just a minute, I'm going to check that where is problem right now. Interest value filter move greater than 0, yes. Map function. Okay, the last thing we need to use the reduce function that will help us to calculate the data. ACC int and ACC dot int center 0. I think it should be displayed perfectly. Yes, 37.548. If you change the value like 1.5, so let's look at that. Right, last thing, I'm going to change the background color on this one label. So and this is out, so we need to go on style.css. So I'm going to change the background color will be red. I'm going to use this one color 7. Let's look at that. Okay, no, I need to change the color, guys. Text color. Okay, everything is perfect, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about the find method in JavaScript. Find and also filter methods are similar. Both functions are callback functions, but the difference between find and filter method have a find method returns a element, single element from the array. Filter method is return a new array. So I'm going to show you how you can use the find method to get the particular data from the object, and also you can use that to get the particular data from the array. So let's see, I have an array, a random number. So I want to get the, first I'm going to use negative value on 100, let's say, or negative value 699. I want to get the withdraw value from my array, only one value. So I can use the find method. So let's see, const draw. So I need to target my random number array, use find method. So it is callback function, so we need to pass the parameter. So write any name as you want. So I'm going to use the width. Outside of there I'm going to use arrow sign. I think width is keyword, so I'm going to use SEC. I'm going to use value, right? After that you need to add the condition, right? The condition is value, the parameter value is greater than or less than 0, means we're gonna get the negative value, means withdraw value. So the condition is true, then we will get the value inside our withdraw variable. So let's look at that. 699, we have received the data from the array negative 699. So if you use greater than, then you will get the single value, first single value from the array right now, right? So this is the usage of find method to get the particular value from the array. Let's talk about how we can get the value from the object, complete object. First I'm going to show you user accounts. Inside the user accounts have an array, have 4 objects. So let's look at that inside our console screen. Tim David, Mark Thomas, Kevin Williams, John Doe, right? So those are objects. So I want to use the find method to check the condition. When the condition will be true, then I want to get the complete object from the array, from the my elements. So how I can do that? I go to my console log code editor, create a variable, target the user accounts, this one array. Inside there have objects. So you need to use find 2 times parentheses because you need to pass the parameter. So I'm going to use SEC, use arrow function, then you need to use the condition. The condition will be true, then you will get the result. Otherwise you can't find any result inside the console screen. So inside there I'm going to use SEC, means I target my current object dot owner. Let me show you here, owner. The owner value will match our particular name like Mark Thomas. Then we're gonna get the complete object data inside our console screen. Let's see, I'm gonna use terminator console.log account. So let's check it now, right? Mark Thomas. If you add another value like invalid value, you can't find anything else inside the console screen. Right now as you can see, undefined. If you add another value, then the another value will match, you will get the particular object data. It will give us the element, right? The complete element, single element. So it is called find method. We're going to use that inside our application. So I hope you understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about how we can use the find method to match the username and PIN. When user will enter correct username and password, or you can say that PIN, then who will able to see our data, otherwise who can't see our this one dashboard. Also I will teach you the particular user will enter our application, then who will able to see the particular records like the current balance, and all of the withdraw and deposits, in, out, and so on so far. So let's see. I go to my code editor. So first of all, I will use console.log, and I'm going to target my accounts array. Inside there I have 4 objects. First I'm going to show you. So inside they have 4 objects, and we're going to use the username like this one, JD, and pin is 111. Means we need to match the username and pin with the help of our username and also pin input fields. Let's see how we can do that. So I'll use add event listener on btn log. So I go to my index.html page, and also I'm going to open style.css page because I will use that. So this is our main class. Inside there I have a main tag, class have a app. So I want to display the message before this one. So we're gonna use that, welcome to our application. I just use welcome back, just like that. Right, so here is a welcome back. After this one text, I want to display the particular username, so I have assigned the h2 tag, and also I need to use welcome message, right? And the next thing is we need to get this one data. Inside this one here complete our dashboard, so we need to get this one data inside our JS because we're gonna use that. So I'm gonna use app container, and this is our app class. Next thing we need to do, we need to get our message, welcome message. We're gonna use those variables to display and hide our application, and we're gonna display the particular user name on our main page on there, right? So once we done that, then we need to add the event with btn click. When user will click on this one button, so I'm going to show you. So here is the btn login class, so we need to get that and find out inside of it. So we need to get the btn login variable, use add event listener, and you use click event, write the function passing the, I will pass the parameter on later. This time I'm going to show you how to work it. So first we're going to check that it's working or not. So I'm going to use text is working. Go to console, click on the click now. I'm able to see the working text is appeared inside my console screen. And another thing is, when you will use the click event, you need to use prevent default because it will help us to stop the reloading when you will click on the button. So you must be right this one. So let's check out to find the username from object. So I need to create a let current account. This is my variable outside of the event because we're going to use that on later outside of the event. This time I'm going to use that inside there, right? So I need to target my current account dot not equal sign, and we need to use the accounts. Inside the accounts have 4 objects. I'm going to show you where it is here. Inside they have 4 objects data. So we're going to target that accounts. So when you will click on that, use find method. Inside the find method we're going to get the particular data. So I need to pass the parameter, so I need to use ACC. You can use any name. arrow sign means arrow function. Then you need to target the parameter dot, then you need to get the username. So here is the username text, so you need to use that username. We need to use triple equal to, means match our object data with our input fields. Which input fields? User input field. So here is a btn login. We need to find that. So you need to get this one variable user login input. I'll match with this one dot value, right? Then I'm gonna use terminator sign. But when you will get the value, you need to use the number function, because you need to convert it in number, because no, this time this is a username, so we don't need to use that. So first we're going to check that it's working or not. So I'm going to use current accounts, and so let's look at that. So when I will add the accurate username like JD, click on, I'm able to see the particular object have been appeared inside my console screen. It means we are able to use that to move on the next section. Next section is very important to check the pin. Means user will enter correct username. Then the next thing we need to use, check the pin. So you need to use the same thing, but inside there you need to use if current account, means this one, dot pin. You need to target the object key triple equal to. You need to use the number function, because you will get the data from the input field. You will receive the data as a string, so you need to convert that. So I'm going to use user login input. This is my second input field variable dot value. Then inside there we need to target this one variable to display the name. First I'm going to show you step by step. So welcome message, I need to target that and use dot text content and assign the value. Which value? Welcome back $, and we need to target the current account dot owner dot split parentheses, and we need to pass the array index number. First we're gonna save that, and let's look at that. So the owner name is John Doe and username is JD. When I will add the current username, pin is 4 times 111. When I click on that, just a minute, I need to check that what happened. I use that input value, current input value, welcome split, and we need to use the space. Right, so let's look at that. I'm gonna use the JD 111, click on that. I can't see anything else, I don't know why. Welcome message, welcome back. Just a minute. This is current account dot pin triple equal to number user. Okay, here's the mistake, guys. So we need to get the user login pin, right? Because this is the input, first input field. So let's use JD 4 times 1. As you can see, I'm able to see welcome back John. Right, so we have successfully received the data when user will enter the correct username and password. So let's move on the application. style.css, and this is the app class. Inside there I have a complete our dashboard. So the first thing you need to use that, use opacity. In the default I'm going to use 0, and also I'm going to use transition because I will 0.5 s and out. When user, first I'm going to show you, you can't see anything else inside there, right? Everything is clear. But when user will enter the correct username and password, then I want to display the what app container. You have received the data from app container like this one. You need to target the variable. Inside there have a complete application, so you need to use that style dot opacity and assign the default. When user will enter correct username and password, use JD 4x1, click on that. Let's look at that, what happened. JD 4x1, click on that. I can't see any changes on there, I don't know why. Okay, that is style, so it's a mistake. JD 4x1, click on that. Perfect, and I'm able to see the particular username. Okay, let's change the username. So I'm going to use KW. KW means Kevin Williams, and I'm going to add the user password will be 4x2. Click on that. As you can see, welcome back Kevin. But the default I want to hide that. This one message, welcome message, the default I want to hide that. So I go to top and I'm going to use content for a little bit more. Okay, I don't use that because the default application is hidden. Right, then we're gonna use the empty fields, means user will enter the correct username and password. Then I want to remove the text from the input fields. So you need to target the where text from input fields. So you need to target user input login dot value, assign the null, and user login input value, define the null. So let's change it. JD 4x1, click on that. I can't see the value inside our input fields. Perfect. Let's move on the next section. So when current user will enter our application, then I want to display the current user data inside our application. Let's do this. So I go to my code editor and we're going to display the display movements. Then we're going to display the balance, and then we're going to display the summary. So I have used the accounts, classes, functions. So we're gonna get the functions like this one function. I don't need to call that inside there, but I need to get that and paste on there. It will display the movements when user will enter correct username and password, right? Then we're gonna get the current balance, paste on there. Last thing you need to do, you need to get the calculate display method and paste inside there. When user will enter, particular user will enter username and password, then who will able to see the particular data? Let's check it now. Use JD 4x1, click on that. Right, so let's try it another user. So what happened when I will change the username? Like I'm gonna use that KW and 4x2, click on that. I can't see the changes on there, I don't know why. Okay, just a minute, I need to check that. Okay, So we need to get this one variable and pass the variable on there. Because I've made the variable, we need to use this one variable inside the event listener, so we will able to see the particular data. Let's see JD 4 times 1, click on that, perfect. And the next one, I think, yes, KW, and click on that. As you can see, negative, Kevin value have a negative. Let's try it empty, Mark Thomas, click on that, positive, Mark, right? Everything is clear on there, and every records have been changed when user will enter inside our application, right? Finally, I'm going to try to Tim David, so I'm going to use TD 4 times 4, click on that, perfect, and everything is clear. Last thing we need to check the, I'll go to top of the page, display summary data. I've used the percentage on there with particular number, but I want to change that dynamically. So I go to top of the page, and each object have a different user have a different percentage. So I'm going to change that, will be 1.8 and this will be 1.3. So different values, 1.5, 1.2, 1.3 and so on and so forth. So I want to get the particular percentage, so I can do that. So let me show you how you can do that, where it is my, okay. So you need to find out display summary data. Inside there have passed the value. After the value, you need to target dot movements, means you will get the data from the objects, right? And also inside there you need to use same thing, because you need to get the data from the object. So inside there you need to use the value dot interest. So those data have been appeared inside our object. Last thing you need to change that, you need to go on display, calculate display, you need to remove the movements inside. Just leave the current account save, and let's check it now. JD 4 times 111, click on that. First we're going to check that 37.548. Let's use the another username like KW 4 times 2, click on that. As you can see, the interest rate has been changed now. So this is our login system. We have used the simple find method to get the username and also password, but I think I need to use, I'm going to show you another important thing. I click on that. When I will add the like JD, this is correct username, but I will add the invalid. Just a minute. I'm going to use JD, I'm going to add the invalid. So click on that. You can't see anything else inside there, but I think we're gonna check that what happened JD. And so inside there I'm gonna use the KW. First I'm gonna check that KW, and I'm gonna use 4 times 2 KW. First we're gonna remove that, and I'm gonna add the annual data. So let's see what happened right now. I'm able to see the error has been appeared inside there. I just show you how you can manage this one error, reading pin. So when you will see this one problem, so you need to use the, where is pin here? So you need to get that, and you need to use current account and use this thing, means current variable and our current account pin will match. then I use invalid. You can't see any error inside our screen. So you can use this one method to manage the error. Also you can use the else statement to display the error message. So let's try it. It's working now. So I have a message. Where is my message? Like this one. So I'm going to target that and use please wallet and all pin. Let's see if it's up here or not. So I just tried. Okay, I can't see it in the message on there because so this is a current user, but I use that. Okay, pin. Okay, I just try it with different ways to check it now it's working or not. KW and pin is okay. I can't see the message, but we're gonna manage that on later. I'm gonna show you how you can use that. So I think this video is too long. In the next video I'm gonna show you another important things. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about how we can transfer the amount with another user. When we will send the amount with another user, then we need to remove the particular amount with our current balance, and also we're going to display the deposited amount with another user. So I'm going to show you how you can do that. So I go to my this one button event. So I need to find out the button event like button transfer. I need to find out on there. So we need to target that. We need to generate the event transfer amount with another user. Target that, add email listener, use the click event, write the function, pass the parameter e.parameter default. So first we're going to check that it's working or not when user will click on the button. So let's check it now. I'm going to use JD and 111. Open console, click on that, it's working right now. Next thing, we need to get the input field data and assign the data inside our variable. So we already used this one method to get the data and assign the data inside our variable. So let's look at that. Form input to get that, find out that. So here is a form input to, right? And also have a form input amount. So we need to get those values, form input to and form input amount. So we need to create a variable. So let me show you. So the first thing is receive amount, receive value from input field. So I'm going to use const amount. This is my variable. Use the number function that will help us to convert the number. So form input amount dot value. And then the next thing is we need to get the receiver account value. Const receiver account. So inside there we need to use the find method that will help us to display the match the data with our object name. So let me show you. I need to target my accounts array. You know, I made that. I'm going to show you one more time. So here is the array. Inside there have 4 objects. In each object have a different type of key and value. So we're going to use that accounts.find, pass the parameter ACC. You can pass any parameters you want. Use the arrow function, and then I need to use ACC, target my this one. Inside there have an object, so we are able to use the key name like username triple equal to match with from input to dot value. Right, so first I'm going to show you how to work it. So I'm going to open the console log, amount and receiver account. So I'm going to open the JD 4x1, click on that, open console. I'm going to add the username where I will send the amount. So I'm going to send the amount with KW, Kevin Williams, like this is, and also I'm going to send the amount 1000. Once you add that, then you will get the particular result inside there. As you can see, the amount and the particular user object, right? Means everything is working perfectly on this time. Once you find the get the username and amount, then you need to use the if statement. In the if statement, you need to use the conditions. Which conditions? I'm going to show you. Use if, and inside there you need to use amount greater than 0, means user will deposit the amount. You know, I already explained you all about greater than 0 means deposit the value, less than 0 means withdraw the amount, right? And a receiver account, this one variable, and we need to target my current account. I'm going to show you current account that is declared on earlier. Inside there we're gonna use the dot balance greater than or equal to amount, means user will enter the amount is already exist inside their account. Let's say I have 1724, I will add the $5,000, means it's wrong condition, it's false condition. So we need to use the condition inside there, means I have amount 1724, then I am able to send those amount, right? Otherwise I can't send the amount with another user. So I use the current account object. Inside they have a balance, so those data means current user balance data have a greater than or equal to our amount variable. Inside the amount variable have a value that we will enter inside there, right? Also we need to use the condition, third condition is very important. Also we need to use the receiver account, like this one variable, dot username not equal to our current user. What this mean? First I'm going to use curly bracket. What this means, so I'm logged in my John account JD. I can add the JD, so I can't transfer the amount. Why? Because those are duplicate accounts. So this is my current account, but I can send the amount with another account. So I've used the condition on there. Receiver account means receiver account data or value will not match current account. Inside the current account have our current username, like this one, right? Once we done that, then we're gonna use the if statement. Inside there we need to use few things. The first thing is, so just a minute, inside there we need to add the value or fill the array by using receiver account dot movements dot push, right? So inside the push I need to use negative value, means negative the amount from my account, right? And also we need to use we need to use current account, means remove the particular amount with our account and deposit the account with the receiver account push, and we need to use that like this way. So you know how we can get the balance key. You know, I didn't apply this one key inside my object. Right now you can't see the balance key, so inside there I have called it. So you can create that. So I'm going to show you how you can create that, or how you can add this one key inside your object. So you need to go on top. In the top you need to find out the calculate deposit, like this one, calculate deposit and withdraw, right? So inside there I have used the balance, means we have received the particular balance and display the balance inside our top of the page. Let me show you, like this one. So we need to pass those values inside our object. So you need to remove this one and call this one data. Let me show you, data dot balance, right? So once you've done that, then you will able to see this key will assign inside our object, right? Also you need to use this data on the dot balance, and also you need to use data dot movements dot radius on there, right? So you need to change this one function. So I need to go down. So this is the function change call display balance. So inside there we just remove this one because I just called the only object, right? Last thing you need to do, you need to cut this one function, many functions, and create another function. So let's say update UI. So I'm going to use const update UI function, pass the one parameter, like I'm going to use obj. I'm going to change the name because you have seen the problem. Paste all of the functions inside there. So inside there you need to use this one parameters, right? Perfect. So I want to call this one function inside my find method that help us to display the UI. So inside there I need to target my current account, copy this one and paste on there. Everything is clear on there. So just a minute, where is problem right? 120, 112, like this one, I think. Okay, here is a mistake, so I need to remove that. So let's check it now, it's working or not. JD 111 and use that. Okay, let's transfer the amount. So I'm gonna transfer the amount with KW, this one. The first thing I'm gonna add that the username and amount is 1000. Click on that. Perfect. My amount has been decreased. I'm able to see the amount label or history has been appeared inside there. Let's check it now with KW 4x2. Click on that. I'm able to see that 1000 has been deposited inside my there. Last thing we need to do, we need to remove the text when user will click on that. So you can use same tactics. So where it is my this one form input value dot text content, assign the value no. Also you need to get this one form input to assign the value no. Right, so last thing I'm going to show you, open that and where I just a minute, I'm gonna open my accounts. I'm going to show you this one, console.log, and paste after this one. So let's check it now, it's working or not. So I can't find the interested pin username, but where is my Just a minute, I'm gonna check that. Where is my balance? Balance is not appeared inside there. Okay. Let's try it one more time. I'm gonna add one KW 1000. Click that, and okay, text content property. Okay, just a minute. Okay. User input. Where is the mistake? Just a minute. 183. Okay, it's a mistake, so we need to remove that. I think it should be displayed perfectly. JD 4 times. Click on that. Use KW 1000. Everything is clear. Right, cool. Okay guys, so I hope you have understood as well how you can use that, and everything is clear. And okay, so see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about the find index method. We're gonna use the find index method to delete the account. Find index is working similar like a find method, but the find method returns a complete element of the array of the object. But in the find index method, you can get the particular element from the array, particular element index number. I'm going to show you. But before working on that, I'm going to show you important thing. And earlier I didn't use that, so current account.username, so you need to add that. Without adding this one, you can send the money with same user, because this condition is a false if you didn't use that. Right, so I go to my index.html page. In the index.html page, I'm going to show you. Just a minute. JD 4 times. So this is a close account. I need to get that, and I have changed close account. Right, so inside the close account, I didn't use this one classes like a close farm input close and also farm input pin close. You must be write those names. Once you add those names, then you need to add those names inside your JS project, like there. Farm input close to get the value and assign the value inside the const variable, and also you need to get those values and you can use that inside the JavaScript. Once you've done that, then the next thing you need to add the event with on click. So we're gonna get this one button value and use that. So this is the button close, so let's work on that. Remove the account, add email listener, which one you will use. Click event, run the function, write the parameter e.prevent default. So inside there we need to check the condition, means which user is logged in our application. Let's say I have John inside the account is currently using this one account. The John will enter the correct username and also correct pin, then who will able to remove the particular account. Otherwise who will able to see the error message. So let's see how we can do that. So I need to use if. I need to target my farm input clause, this one, input feed dot value triple equal to. Then we need to target my current account variable. Inside there we're going to use that user name, means this will account data will match our object name that is currently logged in with our account. And the second condition you need to use that form input pin dot value triple equal to with current account dot pin, but we need to convert that with number function, because so inside the if statement you need to use the what you need to get the index number. So how are you going to get the index number? So I'm going to use const and write the index number, use accounts. I'm going to get the index number from accounts because my all objects data have been appeared inside my accounts area like this one. So have a different type of accounts object name. When you will remove the particular index number from the accounts, then the particular object doesn't appear inside our application, who doesn't work on our application. So I'm going to target that and use find index method. So it is callback function, so we need to use arrow function and use acc dot username triple equal to our current account dot username, and then let's find out what happened when the current user is logged in our application. So let's look at that. I'm going to use JD for time 1, click on that, open the console, and I'm going to use JD for time 1, click on that. There's a problem reading value 196, form input pin, why? Okay, I think form input kilos, I think no, form input pin kilos, right? So this is our second input field name. So let's try it another time. Login JD for time. I'm able to see my index number. This is the current account. The current account index number is 0. So let's check it now inside our console.log. I'm going to target my accounts, but I'm going to target that inside there. So let's look at that again. JD 1112 triple, just a minute. So it is my, just a minute, JD for time. So I'm going to use JD for time, click on that. So this is my index number 0. So let's check it now. As you can see, in the 0 index I have a John Doe. So I've used JD and password is 1112. So let's try it another name like KW, and the password is 4 time 2. What happened the second time? Just a minute. KW 4 time, click on that, and I'm going to use what KW 4 time. Right now I'm able to see the index number has been changed now. So we're going to use that to delete the account, right? So I need to use the accounts array. Inside there I need to use splice method, and we need to pass the index number, and also we need to pass the parameter like 1, right? Once it's remove the account, then I need to target my app container dot style, because I want to remove the opacity to 0. Let's use the else statement, because I didn't use the else statement many times, so this time I'm going to use that. Something went right. When user will enter correct username and password, then who can't see the particular account or who will able to delete the account. JD for time, and I also it's console.log, and I'm gonna target the account because I'm gonna show you JD for time one. Click on that and use JD for time one. Click on that. As you can see, my main dashboard has been removed from my screen, and inside my array I have three objects 0, 1, 2. I can't find that JD means John Doe right now, so this is a call find index method. You can use that to remove the account. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, let's talk about the sum and every methods. Those methods are very helpful to get the data from the array. So let me show you how you can use the sum and every method. So I have an array and I'm going to use the console.log a random number. So let's open the console. I'm able to see values inside the array have been appeared inside my console scheme, but I want to use the array method like includes to find the particular value from the array. Let's say I want to find the value like 600 negative 699, so I need to use I need to use console.log a random number dot includes parentheses, and you need to use the particular value. Let's say I want to find 699, then it will give us a true. Right now, as you can see, this is a true, means this one have found the particular number. So but I want to use the condition inside the array to check the condition and display the false and true value, or check the condition give me a false or true. So you can use the sum method. So let me show you how you can use the sum method. Inside the include method, you just use the actuality, means just a check, but you need to use the condition, so you need to use the sum method. So let's see, console log a random number dot sum parentheses, again parentheses, because I will use the passing the parameter because it is callback function, and then you need to use the condition. Let's say I want to use the data greater than 0, means I want to get the positive value from the array. So as you can see, have a different positive values 600, 300, 250, 100, 600, and so on so far. So we're gonna check that. As you can see, true value means the sum method have found the different values that have a positive value inside my array. Let's use the negative, means negative have a one value, it will give us a true also right now, right? Let's check it now with another condition inside there. I'm going to use console.log, and then I'm going to use that will be a random number dot sum parentheses, again parentheses, and I'm going to use data arrow function, and I'm going to use data triple equal to, let's say minus by 699. So also you'll get the true, right? Let's say I want to add the 10,000, you'll get the false right? Because the 10,000 doesn't appear inside my array. It doesn't found inside the array. So this is called sum method. So let's talk about the every method. Every method is similar like a sum method, but it's give us true or false. When the condition is true, means the find all of the condition is true. Let's say I want to use this one condition. I'm going to show you in a minute. Console.log, and then I'm going to use the random number dot every, and I'm going to use the again parentheses data. Let's say I want to get the deposit, means data greater than 0. So it will give me a response false because inside my array have a one negative value. So first I'm going to set that. Let's check it now. As you can see, false. Every method is working to check all of the condition is true, then display the true result. Otherwise you will able to see the false result. So let's remove the first. I'm going to comment that and create another. So let's remove this one. So I have all of the values positive. So inside there I checked it. Data greater than 0 means positive all of the values, then display the true. Right now, as you can see, guys. Right, so this is called every method. So we know how does work it, the sum and every method. So finally I'm going to show you separate callback function. So I'm going to leave this one and right. So let's create a deposit, and I'm going to use the data greater than 0, console.log, and I'm going to call random number dot sum deposit, and random number dot every, random number dot read. So those are callback function. You can use them to get the different type of results. Right. So let's work on our application to display the sum data, means loan data. So I go to my script.js and I'm gonna leave that, go to inside there, and I'm gonna open where is my script code. Okay, so I'm gonna open that. Will be JD 4 times 1. Click on that. So let's work on the loan request. So this is a BTN loan, so I need to get that and find out BTN loan. So we need to add the event on there, loan add event listener, click event, and function parentheses e.prevent file. So first of all, I need to use the create a variable, const by the variable name. So we need to get the data from our this one input field. So I need to use number function because I need to convert the data. So I'm going to use form input loan, I think, yes, dot value. Right, once we get the value, then we need to use the condition. The condition will be true, means the condition is user will get the loan more than 10% who have deposited inside my account. So let's say I'm going to use the condition will be if the amount greater than 0 and current account. So let me show you why I have been using current account. So I go to top of my page, and here after assigning the let variable, I have used the current account. This is my variable. So I've been using this one variable many times to get the data from the object. because this is a mylet variable, I am able to use that anywhere inside my application. So first of all, I've used that add event listener on btn login. So let me show you. So I have used that inside there to get the accounts data and assign the data inside my this one variable. So you can use this method this way to use it to get the data from the object, right? So I do not use that deeply, because I just show you the usage of that. Okay, so current account dot movements. So inside there I have a movements array dot push. But before pushing that, we need to use movement.sum. If the amount greater than 0, and current account dot movement or movement.sum. So inside the sum, I need to pass the variable data. So I'm going to use the data greater than equal to our amount that we're gonna get from input field, and we're gonna use the divide by 10%, means the deposit value will be 10%, we will get as a loan. Okay, so last thing I'm gonna add, that we're gonna add the value inside our array. So I need to use current account dot movement dot push, and parentheses, inside there we need to pass the amount value. Finally, we need to use the function that will help us to update the data. So we're gonna get that, and also I need to use the form input value to remove the field. So this is if statement, right? I think and also statement, I'm gonna also show with you something went wrong, something wrong. I just used that. So let's try it, it's working or not. So I'm gonna hit JD triple 1 4 times 1, and let's add the large amount. Something wrong. Click on that, but I doesn't see. Okay, I also see one. JD 4 times 1. Click on that. I can't store. I can't get the large of amount. Perfect. But I will store $10 or get the money. Perfect. Everything is working fine inside there, guys. So let's add 1000. Right, everything is clear. So guys, I hope you are understood as well all about the sum every method. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about the flat and flat map method in JavaScript. The flat method is used to get the nested data inside the array and assign the data inside our single line array. Let's say I have a nested array and I want to get the value and assign the value inside our current variable to display the complete data inside our single line array. Let me show you how you can use that. So console.log, and I'm going to select the account 6, this one object. Inside there have array like this one, movements. So we're going to use that, and I'm going to show you. So this is a single line array. Inside there have all of the data, but I will create a random number, assign this one data, and this is a single line, right? But I will use that as a nested array like this way, right? And also I'm going to use Right, so this is a call nested array, so I'm going to get that and I'm going to paste on there. So, and this is a my nested array, but I want to remove this one because okay, everything is clear. So this is the first one array. In the index number 0 have a 600. In the index number 1 have a nested array like this one, array 2, and have a data. So I want to use the flat method to convert all of the nested data inside my single one line array. So I will use the particular array name and flat method, parentheses, just like this one. So and let's look at that. Right, your complete data is appeared inside of a single line array when you will use the flat method. Let's say I will comment that and I will create another array, but another array I will use deep nested array like this way. So you can call this one array by using flat method. You can't get the current value inside our single line array. You will face the problem right now. As you can see, I've used the flat method inside there. But do you want to use the flat method and convert all of the nested data inside our single line array? So you can pass the parameter inside there. When you will use deeply, this is a simple nested array, but inside there I've used many nested array. Inside the nested array have a nested array, right? So you need to pass the parameter. First you need to pass the 1, then you will see the result. But when you will see the result, you can't get the particular result, then you need to pass the second parameter. So let's look at that. Right, my all nested data is appeared inside my single line array when I used flat to. Right, so let me show you the usage of the flat function and also flat map inside our accounts. Means when you will use that as inside the application, so you can use this way. I'm going to show you in a minute. So let's say I const our balance, and I'm going to target my this one array because inside there have two objects data. We're going to use that to get this one data and this one data. So I'm going to show you in a minute. Once we add that, then we're going to use map method that will help us to get the data, but inside there we need to pass the parameter. So inside there I'm going to pass the parameter like this way, and I'm going to use data dot movements. I want to get this one data with the help of passing the parameters inside there. Right, how does that get? I've used the accounts to have two parameters, this one and this one. On each accounts have a object. Then you can use the particular method like map, and passing the parameter you can use the particular object data inside there, right? Let's say I want to use the flat, means I want to calculate or get this one data and this one data. So I'm going to use the flat. Finally I will use the reduce method that will help us to calculate all of the data like this one and this one. First I'm going to use this way. Now let's look at that, what happened. Our balance. So let's right now, as you can see, all data is contains inside my single line array when you have used the flat method. But I want to calculate all of the data inside the overbalance variable. So I'm going to use reduce function, passing the parameters like a q. You can pass any parameter as you want, and the second is current. Then I'm going to use a q add by current value where they start from 0. So let's save and let's check it now, the result. Perfect. Inside there I've used the map and flat methods, both I've used on there, but you can use, I'm going to comment that, copy it, but you can use the flat map method to remove the particular method like this one. You don't need to use that. you need to use flat map. So inside there you need to pass those parameters like data, or you can write any name as you want. You will get the same results as you can see. So this is a usage of flat and flat map method in JavaScript. So I hope you are understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. Let's talk about the sorting the text or string data, and also sorting the numbers. So I'm gonna show you how you can use the method, and without the method you can do that. So the first thing is I'm gonna use console.log, and I'm gonna target my username array, and I'm gonna call the function that help us to sort the data. So this is a normal function that help us to sort the data, but the data is a string, as a text. So let's look at that. John, Kevin, Smith and Williams. But inside they have a John, Smith, Williams, Kevin. Kevin is the last one. So once you add that, then you will get the sorting data inside the console scheme, right? It's converting sorting string data. But when I will call the second one, like this one, you can't get the particular result or sorting result inside the console screen. Let's see. Right? So inside they have 600, 300, 300, 9,977 and so on and so far. So I will use the tactics that help us to sorting the numbers. So let me show you. This will be ascending, and the next one will be descending. Right. So I need to target my random number dot sort. Also another important thing is, when you will use the sort method, then it will hide your original data and display the after sorting data. Means when you will use the sort function, then you will mute your original array data. Remember that, right? So inside there I'm going to pass the two parameter. I'm going to use parentheses, pass the two parameter a and b, use arrow function. Inside there I'm going to use the if statement. Means if a greater than b, then return the data. Okay, just a minute, I need to use this, and we need to use curly brackets. Okay, inside there I'm going to use if a greater than b, then return the positive data. You can write any data inside there, but the data is a must be have a positive. Also you need to use a less than b. This will return a negative value. Then you will get the sorting data inside the console scheme. So this function is to help us to return these ascending data. Let's see. Before I'm going to use that before a random number like this one. Okay, once we use that, so this is my normal with sorting, but I'm going to get that, and then I'm going to paste on there, calling only one my. So let's look at that. As you can see, after sorting, descending data have been appeared inside my console screen. Negative, 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 and then I'm able to see the positive, positive, positive values. So those data is coming from my this one code, right? So you can also use the single line code. Let me show you. Use the random number dot sort a b. We need to use the a comma b arrow function a negative b. You will get the same result, as you can see, right? Same result. Perfect. Also I'm gonna remove this one, I mean comment for this one. So you know how you can use the ascending sorting. Let's talk about the descending. So we're gonna get the same code. I'm gonna show you in a minute. We just change few things. If you're descending the data, so you need to use the if a greater than b, then assign the negative value, a less than b to assign the positive value. Let's check it now. So let's look at that. As you can see, positive, 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 and then we're gonna see negative value. Also, you can use same tactics to use the single line code to get the same result, like this one, right? Okay, so once we know all about the sorting, then we're gonna use that inside our application, right? So I'm gonna close this one file and I'm gonna open my script.js file. So first thing is I already write just a minute, I'm gonna remove this one code because I'm gonna show you from scratch how you can do that. Okay, I already mentioned this one code. Just a minute, guys, just a minute. I go to top of my page. Inside my page you have a display movement, right? So inside there we need to pass the parameter and assign the value, right? Means we need to pass another parameter. So I'm gonna pass the parameter like sort and assign the boolean value, the default values of false, right? Then we're gonna create a variable. So this time I'm gonna use that manually. Then we're gonna use this one function when I will click on the button to display the positive or ascending and descending data. So let's write the variable name moves. Then I'm gonna call the sort variable or parameter that is appeared inside my parentheses or inside my function parameters. Then I'm gonna use if the sort movements, this one parameter have our array data. So we need to use slice method because we need to make it as a duplicate data, otherwise we're gonna lost our original data. So we're gonna use sort a comma b, use arrow function a negative b, otherwise we're gonna use the movements. So this is the if condition, means it will give us the positive value, then assign the data inside there, otherwise assign the same data inside our array. So we're gonna use the moves inside our this one area. Perfect. Let's work on the button text. So I go to top of my page and here btn sort. So in the btn sort, first thing is sorting data. So I'm going to target that, add event listener, click event, try the function, passing the parameter, use ePrevent default. Then we need to target my function that will help us to display the data, display movement. So inside the parentheses we need to pass the parameter like current account dot movements, right? And also we need to pass another parameter. I mentioned there are two parameters, the first one and this is the second one, right? So in the second parameter I just pass the value false. Just try it this time. I'm going to show you in a minute how you can manage that. So open my application, JD 4x1, click on that, click on that. Okay, it doesn't work on there, so I think I need to pass the true value on there. Then we're gonna manage that in a minute. I'm gonna show you how JD 4x1, click on that. As you can see, I'm able to see the positive values have been appeared in the top of the page, and the negative value have been appeared inside the bottom of the page, right? It's working perfectly, but when you will click again, you can't see anything else. As you can see, I tried to use that many times, but it doesn't work on this time. So you can fix that. So you need to create a variable sorted and assign the value to false, right? Because the default values have a false in the parameters, so you need to assign the same value. Inside there you need to pass the sorted, but you need to use not sorted. Also you need to target your sorted and assign the value not sorted. That's it. Then it should be working perfectly, I think. Let's check it now. What I want, click on that, click that, click that, click that. As you can see, I have been trying to getting the positive and negative results, ascending and descending data. You know how does work it, and hope you are understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video I'm going to teach you how you can create arrays with another way and how we can call that. So you know the basic way to create an array like this one, and then you will get the numbers. Just write numbers array, then you will get 1 to 7 numbers right now. Also another way is const number 2 new array and passing the value inside there like this one. So this is another way. I have used 3 times, right? So this will get the same result right now. Perfect. But I'll leave this one, but I will use this way. Const x assign the value arrays new array, and inside the parentheses I'm gonna pass the, for example, 7 value. What are we gonna see on the console screen, guys? Let's check it now. Can't see anything else. This is an empty array. Inside the empty array have a values. The empty array length is 7, right? But you can't find the value inside there, right? So I'm gonna show you how you can use that to fill the array. So this is called empty array, and we're gonna use fill method to fill it. So we know this is a fill, this is the empty array, so I want to fill that. So I need to target my x dot fill method, and we need to add the value. Let's say I want to display the 1 value on each index number inside my array, so just pass the 1, 7, and let's look at that right now. As you can see, in the 0 index 1, 1 index 1, 2 index 2, and so on so far. And also, do you want to add that second, means where they start from, so you can check it now inside there. Leave the 0 and 1 index. The starting number point is 2 index number. And also you can use the range, means I want to start the range the 2 to 5, means from 2 to 5, then you will get this one as well, like this one, 2, 3, 4. You can't see the 5, right? It will skip the particular numbers, right? Okay, let's see. I want to add the value inside my this one array, so I can do this. So let's see. Okay, just a minute, I'm gonna show it to you. So this is my empty array, but you can also add the value inside here, this one array. So let's say I will use the numbers dot fill. So when you will add the particular number, then it will assign the this one number, all of the index numbers. Let's we need to console.log numbers 7. Let's look at that right now. 20 20 20 20, right? But I want to start from 2 and on the 5 number I'm able to see the 20 number is appeared in 3 index numbers, 20 20 20, right? So this is called fill method. Let me show with you the array from method. It is very important. So you can use the array from method to create array and also add the value as well. So let's create a array from. This is a function. Inside the array have a function. Inside there you need to pass the parameters. First we're gonna use the curly brackets. Inside there you need to define the length of the array. Let's say I want to display the 0 to 5 index number, so I just use length colon 5. After the curly brackets you need to use comma and which data you want to display inside the array. So let's say I want to display, first we're gonna use function. This is a without parameter function and the value will be 1. So in the 5 index number you will get the 1 value, the values, or you can say that the array is appeared inside our y variable. So let's look at that inside our console scheme. Y and let's look at that right now. As you can see 1 2 3 4 4. Right, let's talk about how we can. This is a normal way to create array, but I want to create array 1 2 7. So how you can do that? Const z array dot from curly brackets and the length is 0 6, but I will use that on 7, and I'm going to use the arrow function. So in the arrow function I need to pass underscore I, because I is very important on this time, because I need to add the value like this one. So you need to pass 2 parameters. The first one is this is just a parameter. Leave the write the text. You can write the text, you can do that. I'll leave the text, I mean readable text. This is our index number and this is a function. I use the I, add the value 1 on each time when it will complete the length of the 7. So let's check it now inside our console scheme. So let's see right now 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Cool. Okay, the final one I'm going to show it to you. Create a random numbers from 1 to 100. How you can do that? So const, I'm going to use random number array from, and we need to use the length. So I need to get the length 100 and comma, use curly brackets. Inside there you need to use the I, right? Then you need to use the math.flow. This is a function. Inside the function you need to use math.random function to generate the number. Outside of there you need to use same thing, add the 1 value inside the I variable. Add the I value means the index number. I represent on there is the index number. So let's check it now when it will complete the numbers. So as you can see guys, 0 to 999. Okay, cool. But I will use the 101. Okay, right. Cool guys. So this is usage of the methods. Okay, the last thing I'm going to share with you how you can use the array_from method. So let me show with you. I open my script code. Inside there I'm gonna just show with you guys. So I open index.html page. Where it is. Okay. So here is the div class have a movement value, and the value is like this one. This is those values are appeared inside our application. I'm gonna show with you. So those values. So I want to change the $sign to euro sign. How I can do that? I just show you inside our console screen how you can use that the array_from method. So let's say, but it's working on the anyone click event. So I'm gonna select this one because I will use add listener click event when user will click on the function curly brackets, right? Okay. Could not find what is the name, guys. Okay, balance value, this one, right? When I click on the, just a minute, when I click on this one label, then I want to display those data, means deposit and without $sign inside my console screen. So let's check it now. So I'm gonna use the I'm gonna use the array_from method. So let's see, const movements UI. So I'm gonna target the array.from, right, parentheses. Then I'm gonna select the document.query selector all, because I want to get the all elements. Those are all elements. One by one we're gonna get that by using query selector all. So you need to define the class name where you get the data. So I'm gonna get the data from a value moment, right? Then you need to use the I'm gonna use create a function, and I'm gonna use el.text content dot replace, and what you want to replace. The first one I'm gonna use the replace dollar to euro. Where is euro? But I'm gonna use this one sign, right? Okay guys, I can't find the euro icon inside my keyboard. Just show with you. Okay, then I'm gonna use that console.log movements UI. Then let's look at that, it's working or not. JD, click on that. As you can see guys, my values have been appeared inside my console screen with $sign. I can't see the $sign like this one, right? So this is a call array_from method. Also, do you want to convert that? So those are text or as a string, but you can use the number function after this one. You'll get the, just a minute, JD 4x1. Click on that, click on label. Okay, a number el text element replace. And just a minute. JD 4 click on that. Click on that. I'm seeing the data. Okay, I will leave this one. I want to use the only empty data just to check that it's working or not. Okay, right, cool, as you can see, but I want to convert that, so let's try it this time. It's working or not. So I'm going to use the number function and paste the data. Everything is clear. Okay, cool. So let's check it now. And this time click on that, as you can see, guys. And earlier I used the @ sign after our particular number, then it doesn't convert the data. So guys, I hope you understood as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video we're gonna discuss all about which array methods to use. So let's take a look at that. So we know all about the push method that help us to add the value. Unshift is also used to add the value. If you want to remove the value, you can use pop, shift, splice method to remove the value. Also you can use the pop, shift, splice method to remove the value. Let's talk about a new array. You can use the map method to create a new array, right? And you can use the filter method to create also new array, and each function have a different process to use that. You know how you can use that. Also I'm going to share with you how you can use that again. And slice method is also used to create a new array. Concatenate is used to concatenate the data, and flat map method. The array index numbers, if you want to find the array index, you can use index of, find index, and also find method. So here is another method that we have used on earlier, includes, that help us to check the value based on test condition. You can use sum and every method. And this is a join method that help us to join this string data. And we know the reduce is used to accumulate data, means calculate all of the array data inside our single array. And this is a basically for each loop, but I didn't use that for each loop. So let's take a look at that inside our code editor. Once again we're going to use those methods, and I'm going to share with you how you can use that. So let's say I have many objects, and the array, inside the array have accounts. So I want to get those data from the object 1, 2, 3. So we're going to use the my accounts variable to get the data. So let's see how we can do that. So let's say I will use const bank deposit. I want to calculate all of the data which are used inside our bank, positive and negative. So I'm going to use this way. So I need to target my accounts array. Inside there I want to get all of the data from all of the objects. So I'm going to use map method. Inside the map method we need to pass the parameter. You can pass any name as you want. So I'm going to use account, the short form of the account, ACC, use arrow sign. Then I'm going to target that ACC dot movements, like this one array. Then we're going to get that complete array inside our console screen. Let's check it now on the console screen. We'll close that. As you can see, we have all of the arrays inside our console screen. Right, another thing is I want to calculate all of the arrays and display the data inside of a single array. So how I can do that? So first thing is you need to use flat method, just like that. So, and take a look at that. As you can see, all of the arrays is a single array. The last thing is I want to calculate all of the data and store the data inside of a single variable. Means positive or negative. I will use the reduce method to do that. So let's see. I will use reduce, passing the parameter accumulator, and the second one is current value. You can write any name as you want. I'm going to use those names. Accumulator plus current value, and where they start from, the 0. So let's do. Right, cool, perfect. You know how you can use that. Also, the another way inside this one, I've used the map and flat method, but you can use. First, I'm going to comment that. I remove that, and inside there, I just use flat map method to do the same thing like this one. Right? Perfect. Let's say I want to get the value from the arrays more than 500 or equal to 500. So let's say I will use const num deposit. I'm going to target my accounts dot flat map and passing the parameter account, and use that dot movements. First we're gonna check it now inside the console screen. So let's right, everything inside a single array. Then I'm gonna use the reduce, passing the parameter accumulator and current value. Then I need to use accumulator. No. I will use the filter method because I want to get the data. So I will use the filter method, and that will help us to get the value, which I will use the condition on there. So first I'm going to use the current value, and then I'm going to use the condition like this is the current value greater than or equal to 500. Then we will get the greater than and equal to 500 value will appear inside our console screen. Let's see, guys. Right, all of the data is appeared more than 500 and also equal to 500. Perfect. You can also use the another way to do the same thing. Also, I'm going to use with another method that will help us to get the length. So, and you will get the length 13. Perfect. Let's comment out, and final, I'm going to show you the final thing is I can use the same thing but another way. Num deposit my accounts dot flat map and passing the account dot movements. Right, then I'm going to use reduce method this time. I'm going to show you how you can use it. First we need to pass the counter, or you can use any name. I already explained you all about that. So inside the parentheses you need to use condition. The condition is you need to target your second parameter that will help us to get the value greater than or equal to 500 to get the count plus 1, otherwise display the count. Right, and after that we need to pass the 0 value. Okay, I think something's wrong on there, so where is problem right now? Just a minute, and say they have 2 parameters, and after that have a everything is perfect, but I don't know why I am able to see this one. Okay, let's use it again, right? And this time I'm gonna use current value greater than or equal to 500 and display the count, add the value 1, otherwise display the count. Okay, it's perfect. This is a mistake of my parentheses. So let's take a look at that. Perfect. We got the 13 value on the console screen. So this is the usage of the flat map and also reduce method. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day. Hey guys, welcome back. The last video of this section. In this video we're going to discuss all about how we can get the positive and negative value from the array. And also I'm going to teach with you how you can use the another methods that help us to convert the uppercase characters into lowercase, or you can use to convert the lowercase into uppercase. So first thing is we're gonna use the flat map method to get the data from the arrays, and we're gonna check that the data will positive or negative. So let's see. I will use const nums sums. I'm gonna use sums variable, and I'm gonna target my accounts arrays. Inside there I have all of the data, so I'm gonna use flat map, use parentheses, and we need to pass the parameter. When you will use the parameter, then you can use that to get the data from the arrays. So let's check it now inside our console screen. So I'm gonna use sums. So let's look at that. Perfect. Once you get the data and display the data inside our console screen, then we're gonna use reduce method to combine all of the data. Means we're gonna get only one value, one or two values, positive and negative. So we're gonna use the dot reduce method, and inside there we're gonna use pass the parameters. So I'm gonna pass the parameter like head, and the next one I'm gonna use current value. After that I need to use the condition, right? So the condition is the current value greater than 0, means we're gonna get the positive value. So I need to use question mark sign, use parentheses, and you need to target the sums. Once you target that, then you need to add the value or add the key inside your object. So I'm gonna add the key on the object, will be deposit, and assign the value from the current object. Otherwise I'll use sums dot add the value, withdraw false, and same thing I will assign those value inside the current object. Means we will get the value inside our current object like this one, then this data will assign on this one key. So the key is appeared inside our this one object. When you will call that, you will get the result, right? Then we need to use the return keyword to return the data. So I'm going to use return. Last thing you need to do, when you will use the reduce, then you need to target the position, which position you will assign in the starting time. So inside there I will use the object comma object, and I'm going to use deposits, assign the number 0, and I will use same thing to assign number 0. But I think I need to assign the add value on there because okay, check out now. Okay, okay, when you will change the object, then you need to use the what? Okay, just a minute. I have used the add on there, and I think everything is clear on there. So let's check it now. Cool guys, I'm able to see the deposit value and also withdraw value, right? So this is the usage of the flat map and reduce method to get the data positive and negative from the arrays, right? Let's look at that another way. So I'm gonna get that the same thing, but this time I'm gonna remove this one data, right? And so I'm gonna use the same thing. Just a minute. I'm gonna remove flat map. I will use the reduce and same thing, but I'll leave this one area, and yeah. So inside there I'm going to use the add, this one, and use the array range, use curve greater than 0. Then I think, just a minute, I'm going to rewrite it because yes, I will use the same thing, but greater than 0, so I will leave this one line. So inside there I'm going to use the greater than 0, but I will use that. Just a minute, I'm going to give you another example like this way, but I need to use the add outside of the range. Okay, once we done that, then I will use the deposits. I'm gonna get the same value and pass on there, because when you will use the another characters, you will face the problem right now. So again this way, and we need to assign those data inside my current value, right? Okay, it will also, I think, display the same result. Yeah, cool. Right now, so this is another usage to get the data and display the data inside our console scheme. Also you can pass this one value, so I'm going to get this one data on there, copy and pass the data there, and also you can call them inside there, you will get the same result. 7, let's check it out right now. As you can see, positive and negative, right? So I think everything is clear on there. Let's talk about the text. Let's say I have a text like this one, and this is a nice title, so I will convert that like this way. This is a nice title. So first of all, I will create a const and I'm going to use convert, but before creating that I'm going to use the console.log, and inside there I'm going to write some, first I'm going to convert title case. So this is the function we're going to create that, but this time I'm going to assign the text like this is a nice title. Also I'm going to get that, and I'm going to use the, this is a long title but not too long, right? So I'm going to open my code editor browser, but why okay, the mistake is I didn't create the function. So let's create the function first of all with the same name. No, I will use this way. Pass the parameter title, use curly brackets. Inside there we're gonna create a array. Inside the array we're gonna pass the parameters. So let's see, exceptions. I'm gonna use exception, right? So inside there I'm gonna pass the parameters like small I and the verb or and on and with, and many other things. You can add that inside there, but I just show you how you can use that, right? Once you add the data inside the exception array, then we're going to use the array function that will help us to get the data, small characters, or you can say that lowercase to uppercase, uppercase to lowercase, you can do that. So let's see, I will create a const title case. So I want to display the first character will be uppercase of the each text, each word. So I will target my title parameter. First we're going to create a variable, and we're going to target my this one parameter, because inside there have a data like this one. Right, once you use that, then first thing is I'm gonna use that to display all of the content will be lowercase. So I'm gonna call the function lowercase. First we're gonna save that, and we're gonna use the return keyword to return the title case. Then you will get the lowercase characters right now. Perfect. But I want to display the first character is large or capitalize. You can also say that uppercase, right? So I need to use the dot split function and pass the empty space. Then we're going to use the map method to calculate the data, passing the parameter word. Then I'm going to use that will be arrow sign, means this is our function. Then I need to target my this one word, and we need to get the first character, means we need to use the 0, and the 0 index have a first character, right? The first character is 2 uppercase, and we need to add those value inside the word dot slice and passing the parameter 1. So let's check it now. Where is okay, it's mistake. This method name is applied, right? So, and I think to uppercase, to uppercase, to lowercase. Just a minute, I'm going to check that. Undefined property uppercase. Why I'm able to see this one message. Uppercase. Okay, the mistake is okay, I think this dot map. Just a minute, I'm gonna check that where is problem right now, guys. Sprite dot map word and write the function. Get the one value to uppercase. First we're gonna remove this one line. First we're gonna check that to uppercase. Okay, I think I will use another way, guys. Just a minute, I'm gonna show with you another way. So another way is I will use this one array exception, and we need to call the function includes. We need to find that character which are includes inside there, and also I will use the condition. So pass the parameter like word, like this one. Then you need to use the condition, means if the characters is find inside the array, then I will return the data word. Otherwise I will get the data like word, pass the parameter like the starting name is 0, means first character, to uppercase. This time I think it should be word, and add the value inside the word dot slice method. So I think it should be display. And I will check that. First I'm gonna check that. Okay, I am able to see to lowercase is okay, just a minute, I'm gonna check that, guys. I don't know why I'm able to see this one errors. Okay guys, here is a mistake. I need to change that to uppercase. So oh no, what happened, guys? I don't know. Okay guys, the problem is okay, first I'm gonna here is the problem. I think yes. First I'm gonna comment that. Just a minute, I'm gonna show you. So I'm gonna leave that, so, and we just see this one result, right? I'm able to see the spaces on each array, so we're gonna use like this way and you will get this way. So I'm gonna call it save, and let's check it now on this time. Okay, we need to remove this one, save, and cool, right? This is a nice title. So I have used the expression includes, means I want to find the characters from there. If the character is a find, then run the if statement, otherwise run the else statement. And the else statements means we're gonna get the first character and display the first character is the uppercase and add the value inside there, means connect them. Also you can use the join method to convert that, means join all of the data in the single line. As you can see, this is a nice title, but you need to add the space. So and check it now, right? I've used another way on earlier. You can also use this way. So I use this way, but inside there you will get the this way, and earlier I have used this way. You can also get the result like this, but inside they have a one character, a character is large. So you can use the condition, if else condition, then you can check it inside the array. If the character is exist inside of our array, then display the as a lowercase, otherwise display the uppercase, right? So this video is all about the array method. So we have learned many array methods inside the video. In the next section we're going to discuss all about the dates, numbers, and many other things. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day.